Call this meeting to order, April 21st, 2026. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag. All right, good morning, everyone. Nice to see an audience for once. We do have a quorum present with all 5 commissioners in attendance this morning. Commissioners, we do have a need to amend the agenda before you to add personnel under executive session this morning. With that change, if there are no other questions, entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Motion's unanimous. First up, under tab A, we've got 2 public hearings this morning for a couple of budget amendments. First being Resolution 2604 CL04 to increase the operating budget for the assessor's office by $25,000 for professional services. Joining us this morning is Accounting Specialist Rebecca Romero. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, this budget amendment was previously presented and discussed by the county assessor, and it provides $25,000 for professional service line items related to MAP services and will be funded through the decrease of general fund reserves.
Thanks, Rebecca. Questions for staff on the amendment, commissioners? If not, we do need to open this up for public hearings. So at this time, if there's anyone online in the audience who would like to speak to this budget amendment, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, and entertain a motion to deny this request. Just kidding, Dave. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve Resolution 26-04-CL-04.
Do you have a motion to approve Resolution 2604 CL04 by Commissioner Slaughter? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Item number 2 under tab A is Resolution 2604 CL05 to provide an increase to the Title 25 operating line item to cover medical expenses. We'll hand it back to Rebecca.
Yes, so this budget amendment is due to unforeseen medical expenses related to Title 25. The average expense so far this budget year has been approximately $35,000 a month. So we are asking for an increase in $100,000 to ensure funding through the end of this budget year. This amendment will also be funded through the decrease of general fund reserves.
Thanks, Rebecca. Questions for staff on this amendment? Not, we do need to open this up for public hearings. At this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience who would like to speak to this amendment, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Jones.
move to approve Resolution 26-04-CL-05 in the amount of $100,000.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Rebecca. Appreciate it. It's going to move us along to tab B, which is the public hearings for the Planning and Zoning Department. We've got 2 items before you this morning. First being Resolution 2604 Z001, a conditional use permit renewal application to continue the operation of Precious Pets LLC, an animal crematorium, as requested by Larry and Alice Metz and Larry and Mariah Macy in accordance with requirements in Section 7 and 5F of the Sweetwater County 2015 zoning resolution. And joining us this morning is County Planner Cassidy Brown. Good morning, Cassidy.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you stated, this is for Precious Pets Crematory, Precious Pets LLC, which is an animal crematorium. And the current zoning of the property that this is, that this use is taking place on is agricultural, and it's outside of the GMA. It's in Farson, at 108 Farson 5th North Road, Farson, Wyoming. And current infrastructure that exists is it's within the Farson Eden Fire Response Area, private well and septic, and then Farson Fifth North, which is County Road 104. Here we've got a zoning and location map, so you can see that it is surrounded by agricultural zoning as well. And then for a bit of background on this property and on the use that is being proposed to continue, the applicants and property owner are requesting renewal of a conditional use permit that they've had and been in operation with this business since 2010. The initial permit was granted for a 5-year period, and in 2015, another conditional use permit was granted for a period of 10 years. So what they do is they work with vets and pick up and deliver to the vet clinic. They also offer services directly with some customers. Deceased animals are picked up and transported to Farson, where they are placed in a freezer until they're cremated, and then the ashes are delivered to the customer in an urn in turn. And so since they have been in compliance and had this business for such a long time, here at the end, we're going to be looking at seeing if we can grant them this conditional use permit on a permanent basis, so they don't have to keep coming in and reapplying for that. Here's the site plan of the property. And that brings us to the conditional use permit review criteria. The first is that the request is consistent with all applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan. The request shall not adversely affect adjacent properties. We've not received any formal complaints regarding the operation of this business or any comments from concerned adjacent property owners during the notification process for this renewal. We did receive one comment form from property owners that are adjacent that was in favor of this request. The third is that the request is compatible with the existing or allowable uses of adjacent properties. And as you saw, all the other adjacent properties are zoned for agricultural use, and animal crematoriums are conditionally permitted in the agricultural zone district. Additionally, adequate access exists for this request, and applicants have obtained an air quality permit from the WDEQ, and they're up to date on all of that. The request can demonstrate adequate provisions for maintenance and of the use and associate structures. Again, they've been in compliance with county regulations for like 15 years, 16 years now. So we believe that they will continue to work with us and to do so. 6, the request is minimized to the greatest degree possible adverse effects on the natural environment. In reviewing all of the previous applications, looking at their air quality permit that was issued by the WDEQ, it was noted on the permit that due to the negligible emissions level, the permit from them would be valid indefinitely. So they have certainly done so there. The request will not create undue traffic congestion. And so staff does not foresee that the continued operation of this business will create traffic congestion, as they are the ones picking up pet remains and delivering the vet ashes to the vet's clinic directly or to the customer. 8, the request will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And then 9, the request conforms to all applicable provisions of this resolution. Staff has reviewed the application and all zoning resolution provisions have been met. Here is the one public comment form that we received back from Jake Berg in Farson. He stated that having an animal crematorium would be good for our community. They are not located in a highly populated area or heavy traffic area, and he thinks it's an ideal location for this service. At the March 11th, 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval of Recommendation 2603-001, which was this request. We did have some scheduling issues, and so that's why we did not bring this request to this board in March. The conditions were as follows. The conditional use permit is personal to the applicants, and the conditional use permit is valid indefinitely while Precious Pets LLC is in operation by the applicants. And then that is all I have for that one, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Cassie. Appreciate the presentation. Questions for staff on the conditional use permit application? Now, we do need to open this up for a public hearing. So at this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience who would like to speak to this conditional use permit renewal application, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion to approve whatever it is. Sorry.
You have a motion to approve Resolution 2604-Z001 by Commissioner Toman. Do we have a second?
I'll second whatever it is, Mr. Chairman.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Discussion.
Sorry.
Now, we do have a typo there that Cassie just went over. So on the agenda, it's 2603. But because we're now into April, that resolution has changed to 2604, just so we're all clear. No other discussion. We do have a motion and second on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Item number 2 is Resolution 2603-PZ02, a notice of intent for the amendments proposed, for the language amendments proposed in the 2015 zoning resolution, Section 15 for sexually oriented businesses, 2015 zoning resolution, Section 21 definitions. I'll hand it back to Cassidy.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this one is pretty straightforward. It should be pretty quick here, but when we were looking through the language that was used, I happened to notice that we had some definition or a piece of the definition that we needed to clarify for sexually oriented businesses. So in our review for moving through with that process, we have our review criteria, and the first is that the language amendment that I am proposing today is consistent and compatible with the current resolution and comprehensive plan. It's just to clarify the definition here. The language amendment shall not adversely affect adjacent properties, communities, or health, safety, and welfare of the residents in Sweetwater County. Nothing's essentially going to be changing about sexually oriented businesses. It's just a little fix to some other definition pieces that you will see soon. Here's where I'm talking about in the definition section specifically, we have inadvertently defined the term establishment as any business regulated by the Sweetwater County sexual oriented business regulations. So I realized that, and then every single time we used the word establishment within the zoning resolution, it was defined as a sexually oriented business, which is not correct. So really just looking to strike that and remove that definition for establishment. Everything else would remain the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Cassidy. Questions for staff on the amendment, commissioners? With none, we do need to open this up for public hearing. So at this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience who would like to speak to these proposed language amendments, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure? I'd entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2603-PZ02 as proposed.
Mr. Chair, this is just a notice of intent right now, so
Don't need to act.
not a resolution.
So do we need to act on moving forward with the NOI then?
Yes.
Okay,
Just approving the notice of intent.
okay, let me back up then. I'd entertain a motion to approve the notice of intent as proposed before you.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Cassidy. Thanks, Eric. Let's move us along to tab C, which is the consent agenda. You've got 9 items before you this morning. First being the approval of the April 7th, 2026 meeting minutes. Second is the approval of the county vouchers, the warrants, and the expenditure approval listing and the commissioner's report. Third is the approval of bonds. Fourth is the approval of monthly reports. Fifth, the approval of the abates and rebates. Sixth is the approval of the hospital lab expenditures. Seventh is a request to ratify the approval of the 2025 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program interlocal agreement. Eighth is a request to restaff a vacant position in the Veterans Services Office for the Sublette County. And ninth is a request to hire seasonal election help. And at this time, Commissioners, I would ask if there are any requests to remove any items off of the consent agenda. I would ask that we remove item C6, the approval of the hospital lab expenditures from the consent. And if there are no other requests, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. I would then entertain a motion to approve the hospital lab expenditures.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. I'm going to abstain as there are reimbursements for the place in which I'm employed within that approval. And that's going to move us right along into the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. At this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience that would like to address the governing body on any issues, we limit this to 3 minutes and the floor is open. Morning.
Good morning. How is everybody?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. May I give these to Commissioner Richards, please?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I should accept this in the courthouse.
Ah, those are duds. They're the wrong color. Anyhow, today is the day that you'll be appointing my replacement. And I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on the candidates. Two of them I have hired, trained, and supervised. The other comes with you with legal experience from the law office. And I'll tell you, I tend not to hire legal assistants because legal secretaries, let me clarify that, because what they do is they create the paperwork. That's not what we do. We are a massive filing system, as you would know. And there are rules and statutes that, as you know, we need to abide by. Hands down, Amanda Chatterbach should be appointed. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'm going to encourage you very strongly. I have trained her. I've worked with her for many, many years, and I've known her for pert near 30. She absorbs things unlike anybody I've ever trained before. She is a quick learner. She's the only one that can just right now step right in with very little training, very little anything, because she knows the county system. It's budgets season. She knows how to work the budget. She's familiar with Munis, Executime, all those programs that we use in the county. She has a wealth of experience in the courts. She started in the circuit court, and in fact, she was my replacement as the chief clerk when I left to take the district court position. I cannot tell you how proud I am of her and her accomplishments, her integrity, and her character. And I really would appreciate you looking deep within yourself and selecting her as my replacement. That would be the best gift you could give me of anything. But anyhow, thank you for your time. And it's a no-brainer, folks. I'm sorry. It's just a no-brainer. Have a great day.
Thanks, Donnelly. Appreciate it.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Mosby.
Is that a suit?
Yeah, it is. It is. I sometimes dress up on special occasions, and I've figured I was going to have to mirror what is presented to me today, and you guys all look sharp. So I figured I'd shine
No
That's how I
house,
make it sound.
house coat, no house
No
robe?
house coat or
Oh.
robes this time. No, that's my other work day. Well, I'm here today also to talk about the selection you fine folks have. And basically, I think Ms. Boback covered everything that I would probably say. I have known Amanda for a long time, real long time. That's what happens when you work in this business long enough and there's a certain group of people you're always going to run around, attorneys or clerks or whatever. You've probably seen my letter of endorsement I wrote on behalf of Amanda. It's all true. I'm not trying to get rid of her. Believe it or not, this is a statement against my own interest. If she were to get this job, she's been integral with my success, my office success, the fact that we are able to work efficiently and get everything done is because of her. In that letter, I said that there's a short list of people that I have known in this business that I respect immensely and I look up to. And Amanda's on that short list. And it is a short list because I deal with lawyers and judges. I'll throw judges in there too. So it is a short list of people that really reach that hallmark. She'd be perfect. She really would. This job's meant for her. She has great leadership skills. She has great supervision skills. Her work integrity is above par. And I'll miss the nagging. I'll miss some of the prodding that she has to do on me. We'll survive, but I think the county's gonna be better off if you choose Amanda Chutterbach as the next clerk of district court. Thanks.
Thanks, Danny. Appreciate that. Morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Dave Davis, Sweetwater County Assessor. I sent you a revenue valuation update yesterday. I just wanted to kind of clarify just a minute what had happened between the last one and this one. The biggest change that happened was in our mineral estimates from when we had done this in the last time was in February. The updated numbers in April now have $120 million increase in the mineral valuation. We dug a little deeper and our residential exemptions that were $108 million last year have dropped to 73 million this year. So that exemption being less gives us more value. Most of that is from the 25%. That exemption was for owner occupied properties and it was given across the board a year ago. Well, this year you had to apply for it. And again, the property had to be owner occupied. So fewer exemptions were being applied. So that window is closed. So that number is solid now. And then the other thing that happened is our local assessed number has gone up. So the local assessed number, again, it ties back to some of those exemptions because we're not exempting so much property. Valuations that we do in-house actually have increased as well. So combination of that, and then some of our industrial values did go up significantly. I am going to caution you just a little bit, just simply because these industrial valuations that we've got are appealable. So it's something where the evaluation has been set, an appraisal has been done, but that taxpayer still has that 30-day window, just like every other taxpayer, to appeal that value. A lot of times what happens is not all the information was disclosed to the appraiser initially, and then new information is available, and then that value can adjust. Most of the time, if that is the story that happens, that value does go down. It can. Significantly, I don't know. But I would suggest for budgeting purposes, and I did send the email to Ms. Romero too, 2.25, I think is a very, very good estimate for this board to budget. I think it'll give us a little bit of leeway if things do go down. The piece I'm missing still is the utility value. That's all the state assessed properties, railroads, airlines, state assessed pipelines, cell towers, all that stuff. They tend to stay pretty constant. So I've just used the value from the year before. So I think this number is pretty solid, but again, I don't want you to use a number that's higher than it could be when we get done with the appeal process. So notices are going out tomorrow. I put a press release out early in the week. We've gotten a few phone calls already. We'll see how it goes. This is new and different with the 25% expiring in March. We may have some issues with that, but time will tell. So I do want to congratulate Donnelly on her retirement. It's a great thing to see people get to ride off into the sunset. So thank you very much. Any questions?
No, thanks, Dave. We appreciate that information. It certainly changed the outlook of the budget immensely from 2 weeks ago. So it was welcome news. So appreciate that.
I'm glad it was good news. One other piece of good news, the gentleman that fell in the hallway yesterday, he is related to one of my staff members, and I checked this morning and he did get to go home yesterday afternoon and seems to be doing fine. So
Good.
just another piece of good news.
Glad to hear that. Questions, commissioners?
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carrie Quickenden. I'm the Chief Clinical Officer and the interim CEO at Memorial Hospital of Sweetwater County. So I really just wanted to stop by, say hello, introduce myself, say that I am committed to continuing to collaborate and strengthen the relationship with the commissioners. While we're in this transition period, I'm focused on obviously our community, taking care of our patients, supporting the staff, and ensuring strong operations, which we've been very fortunate. So if there's anything that I can do, please reach out to me. And really, that's all I had this morning. And thank you for approving our Title 25 monies and the lab project. We are mostly greatly appreciative. So any questions or concerns for me?
Thanks, Carrie. Commissioners, Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carrie, appreciate you swinging by and saying hi to us. I just want to thank you for being available to me to talk about budget. Not pretty and it's not fun, but it is something we'll get through. So
We will.
I appreciate you stepping in though and making things continue smoothly.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming over. Floor's still open if there's anyone else. Morning.
Morning. Good morning. My name's Justin Hilton. I'm from Rock Springs, Wyoming, born and raised. I'm the grandson of Lloyd Conaway Hilton and Florence Pearl Haynes Hilton. I have been disparaged of my rights to grow my businesses. I believe that is under contract, either Freemasonic or some kind of satanic contracts. And I'm here to declare and decree that all contracts on my growth to disparage me of my right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness are broken. I am not lazy. I have built 2 businesses under being targeted the last 3 years. I am unable to redress my grievances. I have went all the way to Washington, D.C. and even slept on the streets of Washington, D.C. around the Capitol for 3 weeks, sometimes in the rain, only to be escorted out of the FBI building with a submachine gun and unable to redress my grievances locally to report the crimes that have been committed against me. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Justin Bartlett with Black Peak 307. So I've been working with Island Richards and Gene on getting some procedures established for range use, and I still don't have a clear direction. And I would like to see if anybody is able to put in a comment or possibly help with that. So I've organized a shooting event on BLM land, and I started in August 2025 with that. It is a PRS style shooting event. And as of April 20th, we received our approval and our SRP to hold that event, demonstrating that we are able to navigate federal requirements and coordinate a safe, permitted event. We would like to host some pistol matches at the local range, but we don't have clear direction on what we are able to do at the range. So we did have a meeting, and there were a few concerns that I haven't heard back on. And I would just like some direction if possible.
Okay. I'm a little bit aware of the situation. Island, have you had any communication, or is
Mr. Chairman, until Justin reached out to me last night, I wasn't aware that there had been a roadblock. So haven't had time to address a roadblock because I only found out about it about 10 hours,
Yeah.
12 hours ago. So
Yeah, it was.
I'm happy to continue discussions with our Parks Department and find out where to go from here. So I'm going to need, specific information of what you have accomplished and what you haven't. Happy to meet with you after this to figure those things out.
Yeah, that'd be great. And that's really all I need. Because at this point we have 15 members and we're ready to start an official United States practical shooting club. So we just need a place to go for that. And I remember there was a few things with fees and the BLM that needed addressed. So
Well, Mr. Chairman, as far as I'm concerned, we have other clubs that use our facilities, like over at the trap facility. I don't see that there should be any barrier here. If it's just a matter of some procedures that we need to clean up to make it work, I think we need to absolutely make it work.
You just kind of need some guidance and direction
Yep,
on what you
just a
can
little
do and
guidance.
can't do and things along those lines. Okay.
yep.
We'll follow up. We'll reach out. I think we've got your contact information, so we'll try and speed this along, but appreciate you bringing it to our attention and
Perfect.
we'll try and help you through it because it's an exciting thing. It's a facility that I don't know if underutilized is the term, but could be utilized more, and that would also help us with some of the different vandalism that goes on out there too. So any opportunity to advance what we've got, I think, is a good thing. So I appreciate your efforts on that and try and streamline this through.
We appreciate it and we feel the same. So
Very
thank you,
good.
commissioners.
Thanks for coming over.
Thank you.
Still under the public comment period if there's anyone else. Last call. Okay, we'll close the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. That's going to move us along into tab D this morning, commissioners, which is the action and presentation items. And what I would assume the reason we have an audience today, with the first item being the interview selection and appointment of the Sweetwater County Clerk of District Court. Chairman Nemec, do you want to present it all or do you want me to handle it? Very good, sir. The Republican Party Central Committee obviously followed through with the statutory process due to the vacancy in the Clerk of District Court's office, and as such called a special meeting last Saturday. They had 5 applicants, and they narrowed their selection down to 3, the 3 being Amanda Chetterbach, Brooke Adams, and Sandy Carter. And those 3 names were then forwarded to our office for consideration before us this morning, commissioners. All the applicants are in attendance this morning. I believe some of us have had the opportunity to have further conversations with us. We were all in attendance on Saturday through that process as well. But I would first ask if any of the applicants would like to address the governing body. You don't have to, but you're welcome to if you'd like to. The floor is open. They all say no. Very good. Any questions for any of the applicants, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
I
Richard?
had an opportunity yesterday to meet with each of them individually, so I don't have any additional questions to ask any of them.
Same with me, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with all 3 of them, so.
Thank you. It was a pretty thorough process and we appreciate the 5 of them reaching out and it's a grueling adventure. I went through it once, so I know. So thank you.
Commissioner Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, I too had the opportunity yesterday morning to visit with each of them. Was able to spend some time getting to know them a little bit, finding out a little bit more about their qualifications. Felt like each of them presented extremely well. I think we've got 3 excellent candidates, and I think that our choice will be an excellent clerk of district court in the future, regardless of who we choose.
Yeah, well said. I think all 5 of them for applying, and certainly the 3 congratulate for getting this point. I too sat down with each of you yesterday and appreciate your time, and obviously was in attendance on Saturday, and we don't think we can go wrong with any of the selections, which unfortunately makes it pretty tough sitting up here, and that's a good problem to have. So I thank you for your service and your willingness to step into the political arena. So I wish you well in any of those roles. Commissioners, I'd open up nominations for the appointment of the Clerk of District Court.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Jones.
I would nominate Amanda Chedderbach.
We've got a nomination for Amanda Chedderbach by Commissioner Jones. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? We will close nominations. Commissioners, I entertain a motion to approve Amanda Chedderbach as the next Sweetwater County Clerk of District Court.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion to appoint Amanda Chedderbach and thank the other candidates.
We do have a motion to appoint Amanda Chedderbach by Commissioner Toman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
As I said, I interviewed all three of you yesterday, and you were all fantastic candidates. You did not make our decision easy. I went into my interviews with you with a list of questions and a scoring rubric, and you all scored very, very high. You all brought different positive aspects, and I think either one of you could have done this job and done it well. I had one candidate scored a little bit higher than the others, and when I create a rubric, I tend to stick to it. But it's not an easy decision to the end, and for that reason, I am going to support Amanda's appointment. But thank you to the other two. You have great futures ahead of you. Don't give up. Many people on this board did not win their first shot, and yet we're still up here. So look forward to great futures from both of you. So thank you.
Commissioner Slaughter.
Mr. Chairman, just having been through this process myself many, many moons ago, I think this is one of the most important functions of the county commission. I really appreciate the Republican Central Committee and the way they handled the process that they did. As I stated yesterday, I was very impressed with each of the candidates. I spoke with each of them on Saturday also. It's extremely hard to say no to people who are very qualified, but it's also a pleasure to say yes to someone who you think will do an excellent job in that position. And I think that this will be an excellent choice.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're going to start to repeat the person before us, but I'd like to thank all three of you, actually all five, but I too went through this process in 2024. So it's not necessarily enjoyable. You don't know what's coming or when or where. And so it's not easy, but I do think we did end up with three good people to pick from. Chairman said that makes it difficult because then we have to find one, and it's certainly not easy to do. So I want to thank the three of you, though, for your time and your willingness to step forward.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I will say, as hard as this decision is, it's still nowhere near as hard as choosing which children to give scholarships to in May. So
Yeah, it's a difficult thing, and I won't repeat myself more than that, but I will kind of piggyback off some of the comments in that I haven't been through the appointment process, but I have been through the election process, and my very first one did not go well at all. And so it's a humbling experience, but learn from it because it doesn't mean it's the end. So appreciate your willingness. And if there's no other discussion, I believe we have a motion and a second on the table for the appointment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous, and congratulations. We are supposed to have the Honorable Judge Susanna Robinson in attendance for the official swearing in. I believe Sally's working her magic on that front. So we're going to take a quick break and allow the judge to be in attendance, and we will officially do the swearing in ceremony. So we'll stand by. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. We are live and we have officially taken action on the new Sweetwater County Clerk of District Court and want to congratulate Amanda Chetterbach in that new role. We've got the Honorable Judge Susanna Robinson joining us this morning for the official swearing in. And I would present this to the judge to take her underway. Thank you. She's right behind you.
That I will support, obey, and defend. That I will support, obey, and defend. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. And the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. That I have not knowingly violated any law. That I have not knowingly violated any law. Related to my election or appointment. Related to my election or appointment. Or caused it to be done by others. Or caused it to be done by others. And that I will discharge the duties. And I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. Of my office with fidelity. Congratulations, I am looking forward to working with you. And I'm going to see you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
One to us and one to Amanda, so she can frame it. Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Judge.
So with that, it looks like Danny's running the front office this morning now. Amanda, if you just want to get with the HR department, they'll get you squared away. And you can take it from there after that. If you just want to get with the HR department, once you're done here, they'll kind of get you squared away for the next steps, and then you can take it from there. So congratulations. Look forward to working with you. Commissioners, that's going to move us along to item number 2, which is the mutual aid agreement between Carbon County Fire Protection District and Sweetwater County. Joining us this morning is Fire Warden Alan Adams. Morning, Alan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. How is everybody? Hope doing well, thank you. So I am requesting the approval and renewal of our mutual aid agreement with Carbon County Fire District and Sweetwater County. This contract hasn't been renewed since 2014. So basically everything, the majority of everything is exactly the same. The only amendment they're asking for is if they travel further westward into Sweetwater County past Creston Junction, that they, going forward, they will bill, send an extra bill for that. And those costs will be the exact same as what the rest of the state from the mini mob guide is charging. So other than that, everything remains the same.
Thank you, Alan. Questions on the mutual aid agreement, Commissioners? Now to entertain a motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second,
Second by Commissioner Tillman. Any discussion?
it's the best bargain we have on fire.
It is.
Don't tell them.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's going to move to item number 3, which is the discussion on the Toman Ranch Road. a non-county road located in Sweetwater County. Joining us this morning is Public Works Director Legursky, as well as Superintendent Cooper from Sweetwater County School District Number 2. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning. Thank you. I'll just kind of give you guys a background on what we're looking for, and then Dr. Cooper will step in and just kind of talk you through the importance of the school, what they've seen. He's sent you guys some pictures and stuff like that. So as you guys recall, there was a resolution back in 23 that allowed us to go through the process that we went through on many, many roads. That resolution had 5 points to it. I believe, sorry, 4 points to it. Until here just a little bit ago, not all the things had been followed through. So I just got word back from Lincoln County outside of the Bureau of Rec right-of-way easement grant. Everything has been turned into Lincoln County because you remember the first 300 feet or so are in Lincoln County. And then Dr. Cooper said, you know, whatever time they need the deposit to send over, he could do that. So that's basically done. The one thing is we appointed a viewer. I checked with the viewer because that was back in 23 when he gave the cost of what that would be. That cost has significantly risen like everything else has. It's up to $8,500 now. We have done that on several other roads where we've recommended $1,500 for the viewer, and then we've just taken out of professional services, which I do have that amount of money to be able to do that. So we're looking for some direction from you if we want to proceed on this, if we want to go through the process. You know, if you want me to redo the resolution to make sure that's perfect, or if this is good enough. You know, one of the things is with this road is it crosses 2 counties, unfortunately. It's 350 foot or 300 foot in Lincoln County. That's the start of the road. As this goes forward, if Lincoln County does not approve that as a county road, we do not have legal access to it. So that's one of the things that we actually have to do. The other thing that we have to make sure that we do to protect the county's interest is to make sure that this road is built to county standards, can haul, you know, an 80,000 pound vehicle, has all weather surfacing. And then as you go into the Tolman Ranch where the school is located at, and Dr. Cooper actually sent you some pictures, there's a circular driveway in that. That circular driveway will now be a county road all the way through there, 60 foot wide on both sides. So about 120 foot through that area. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that, you know, we can follow through with the process like we've done on many, many things. This is no different than what we just went through on County Road 1. Just establishing a road instead of reducing the thing. So if you guys have any questions for me, if not, I'll turn it over to Dr. Cooper.
Thanks, Gene. So help me out on that process. If Lincoln County, let's just say, agrees to it, will their standards be the same as our standards as far as the making it a county road?
It is. The only thing different is we require a 24-foot top road. They require a 26-foot top road.
Okay.
That's about it. So we'll just neck it down, you know, a foot on either side, really probably won't even notice it.
Okay. And then it seems like we moved forward with, as I recall, that last resolution in 23 with the viewer pending whatever Lincoln County does. And I know we've had some emails back and forth on that, but where is Lincoln County at in that process?
Lincoln County actually in their they actually have a resolution on how to establish it. They have to wait until there is a right-of-way grant or an easement or a full dedication of the road. So Dr. Cooper applied for that 3 weeks ago, something like that, through the Bureau of Rec, because the first 2 miles or 2.5 miles, whatever it is on Bureau of Rec land. So we're waiting for that to come through.
Okay. So basically 3 parties involved, and more or less we're number 3. So,
Pretty much.
I mean,
yeah,
the first 2 are kind of.
Yeah, the first 2, I mean, obviously is the Bureau of Rec. It's very interesting that road's been there for a very long time. There's no actual right of easement through there, through the Bureau of Rec property. We've researched the BLM. There's no easement there. It's been there forever. You know, but there is no actual right. And that's the most important thing. Even if this isn't a county road, for the school district's sake, they need that for the Bureau of Rec so they can make sure that, you know, it's correct for buses and everything to access through it. You know, this gets back to the same confusion that we've always had. You know, there's a million different kinds of roads in Sweetwater County. There's private roads that are truly private. There's public roads that are non-county. And then there's county roads along with state highways and interstates and all that stuff. So this is in that gray area, whether it's a private road or a public road that's non-county. We know for a fact that it's non-county.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Richards.
So Gene, you said it needs to be brought up to county standards, 24-foot surface, 60, what?
Drainage.
60.
80,000 pound vehicle.
What is the, I'm sure the viewer is going to put all this together, but what are we talking about here, and who would be responsible for bringing it up to that standard?
Typically it's the petitioner that needs to bring that up because we do not accept anything that's not up to county standards. It's unfair for us to accept a road and then put a bunch of taxpayer money back into it. It goes back to Kelly Road and those other ones that we've done. You know, you're probably looking at, I haven't done any, strength testing on the material up there. I mean, it is a fairly good road, but I don't know if it can stand at 80,000. It's definitely not the right width through some areas, you know, so, you know, you're for gravel right now, if you were to put 6 inches of gravel on it right now, you're looking at about 4,500 tons. Gravel up there delivered's about $25 a ton. So rough numbers, you know, you're looking at what, 800,000-ish for a mile. You know, you probably don't have to put that much on there right now. So you could probably put 3 and 3 plus grading, but you're looking at that 500 to $1 million.
Mr. Chair, I think that's going to be the rub here.
Sure.
I mean, we can say all day long, we'd love to take this road, but until somebody comes up with $1 million to get the road up to standard, anything I support in the future is going to be contingent upon it being brought up to standard before we accept.
And that's how it's always been. We've never accepted one that hasn't been brought up to county standards because of lessons we've learned in the past. So, Dr. Cooper.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for considering this opportunity here to make this county road. Obviously, we're using this road every day. We have actually a high school student that drives down to our high school every day from Tolman Ranch, and we have 2 young students there, a first grader and a third grader at the school, and a teacher living there now. The school's been established since 1957. So it's been there just about 74 years in operation, and we plan on continuing to use the school indefinitely. It's a great rural school for that part of the county. There are some other families out there who are currently homeschooling their kids that might be interested in joining the Tolman Ranch School in the near future. So we're looking forward to expanding a little bit. It'll probably always be a one-room schoolhouse type setting, but maybe we'll get up to 6 to 10 kids someday. Right now, we just have 2. I included pictures just to give you some visuals. We worked with the highway department, and they put a very nice sign out there. So now as you're driving out there, that was my first concern. If, you know, we were racing out there, EMS was heading out there was a fire or something, and we need to get out there quickly, you can quickly drive right by the turnoff because you see the Lincoln County sign, and then the very next thing is a driveway to the road to your right, and you can blow right by it. But now they have a highway sign about, it looks like maybe a half mile before or a quarter mile before the turn that says Tolman Ranch School, 1 1/4 miles, and there's an arrow. So you immediately start slowing down and you don't miss that turn. That was really nice. The other picture I included in there, and I did that one a little late, so hopefully you got that other picture. The students in the welding department made a beautiful, large, temporary sign, because as we temporary to be on the federal land. And it's a heavy temporary sign. You can see the footprint of that sign. It's a large metal structure that has a lot of weight, but also we've used some rebar hooks to anchor that down. So the wind, there's no way the wind's going to blow that over. This is a couple 100-pound sign, plus it's anchored into the ground. And so that now, when you turn onto the road and you start heading down to the school, you'll see the student sign right away, highlighting that the school is down this road, and it established 1957. And it's just a beautiful sign the students made. There's also a picture of the actual school. It is a newer modular building for the school right there. And inside the school, I think I included a picture of our teacher, Brooke Luck, and the 2 students actually conducting class. And you can see in that picture, there are standards posted on the wall. There's a New Line technology up front that she's utilizing. There's desks, chairs, there's everything that we have in all of our Wyoming public schools, specifically in our school district schools here. The school is supported by myself as the principal, so I head out there once a month on a minimum. We have an instructional facilitator. She's out there once every other week or so. We have other service providers that head out there as well. So the road does get daily use and quite a bit more than you would think for just 1 teacher and 2 students. There's a lot of our district support that come back and forth. In addition, the teacher and the students will head I believe it's every Wednesday, they head down to Washington Elementary, just down the road here, as their home base, larger parent elementary school that they partner with for field trips and other activities and other services as well. So they're weekly driving down this way, and again, on this road. I hear you on the concerns for the cost of this road. Gene warned me about that when we first got started on these conversations. I don't have an answer for that yet, but I'll keep that top of mind because I think that's our largest hurdle with this whole process. I think, like you say, you can approve, yeah, okay, go ahead and go forward, but who pays for it? Lincoln County is really just concerned that, number one, our county is on board, and number two, that there is some kind of formal easement agreement from the BOR saying, yes, you can make this a county road and you can continue to travel over the federal land to and from your public school. Those are just a couple of key pieces. I don't think that's super complicated to get those in place, and we're working towards all that. But the financial piece will be the big one. And when I have an answer, you'll be the first to know. So one thing I do want to do, I know Gene's kind of taken a rough look at the road a few times, but maybe some kind of more formal estimate of what it would truly cost, like really do an impact test, really measure that one kind of narrow spot of that. When I say narrow, it narrows down to like 20 or 18 feet. It's not like super narrow, but you notice it narrows a little bit about halfway down to the school. But then it widens out again. So it might just be one little section that needs to be widened. The depth and the strength of the road, I've driven a lot of county roads in our county, and this one feels very solid, but it's not an official county road. I'm a novice, I mean, but it feels like it's solid enough that it can hold up to all types of weather and all types of weights, but we need to have it professionally assessed too. So any questions?
Thanks, Dr. Cooper. I guess one question I would have is just, I mean, you mentioned it had been in existence for, 70 or 74 years, whatever the number was, but why now? Why a county road now when it's been utilized all that time?
Sure, that's a good question. As you know, I'm brand new here. This is my first year here, and I inherited this this part of the process. It started a few years back, and so I'm just picking up where we are in the process and trying to fill in the unanswered questions and get everything in line to make it a county road. I think as I think about it long term, a county road has more protections in place long term as far as keeping it fully open and access to the public, and specifically to that public school, the maintenance of that, the plowing, making sure that it's good in the wintertime as well. Some of those things just long term it would be nice for us, peace of mind from the district perspective, to know that we will always have access to that public school. Right now, it was a little bit, I don't want to say concerning, but I raised an eyebrow when I found out there wasn't any current acknowledgement from the BOR about this road. And I just assumed, like originally, it was an oil and gas road or something, and somebody somewhere had a document that said, yes, we can travel on this road, but I could not find anything. So we're utilizing a road that doesn't have all the documentation in place to show. I mean, long after we're all gone and other people are in these leadership roles, there's no documentation to say you have access to utilize this road other than permission from the family. And, and we're leasing the spot for our school on the ranch there. And no one's complaining, and all the neighbors within 20 miles have signed off. Yes, this is a great idea. Make it a county road. So I don't foresee any opposition locally around the area. But I'm just thinking long term, over the next 75 years, it would be nice to have this as an established public county road to get to an established public rural school.
Additional questions, commissioners?
Just some factual information. When the ranch was condemned, the refuge headquarters was where the school was located. So in I believe it was 1980, 81, it was moved to that location. And it already had a gravel road, but what we couldn't find in Kim or even through the BLM was there's a Title V or some kind of oil company. They're the ones who gravelled the road. It was a 2-track road. The oil companies gravelled it. So there has to be some kind of right-of-way somewhere, but how did the oil companies get in there then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's my only question.
We get this question all the time. You look at the Red Desert Road. The Red Desert Road is probably the most famous road that we have out in the Red Desert. It's a resource road. Last bad winter that we had, 3 years ago, people live along that road and they were begging us to come plow it. We can't come plow it. It is the oil field's responsibility because it's a resource road to pull material out of that area. So they actually gain access to that through the BOR, BLM. And it's kind of confusing because the BLM used to issue them, then the BOR took over, and it's kind of flipped back and forth between federal agencies. But it probably was a resource road at one time. And the oil field company is the one, or whoever is using that resource and pulling it out, is the one that's ultimately responsible for it. So we have to tell people all the time, like, hey, on Red Desert, I'm sorry you're trapped, but we don't have permission to go up and down that road. And it happens all the time on various BLM roads. There's BLM designated roads, and then there's BLM resource roads. And a lot of them are resource roads out there. So it's one of those catch-22s where the definition matters. As far as Dr. Cooper talked about, as far as getting a more professional thing, that's part of the viewer that he will be doing that. He'll be doing the surveying, and then we actually talked about, taking it's basically a way to measure the strength of the soil and everything out there, and doing a couple spots and figuring out exactly what they are. There is a narrow spot in there, as far as a normal road. It's probably okay. There's adequate site distance and stuff like that. However, to meet county road standards, it needs to be widened in some spots. And we just need to verify it as all. But that's part of the viewer's report. He will come up with that. He'll come up with costs and stuff like that. So.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So are you saying this is a resource road as well then?
We couldn't find any documentation on anything. We looked at the BLM. They went through the camera office. We've contacted Provo, which is where the BOR is located. They couldn't find anything. So that's finally when I got with Dr. Cooper and said, hey, I can't find anything. They can't find anything. Should we just apply? And that way we know it's done correctly. And the initial thought was, if the school district gets this, they're protected. They have the right to access it. If it turns into a county road and you guys voted such, we just transfer that right-of-way grant agreement from the BOR over to us, and then it's done. But that way, however it decides and however, the viewers points to, it's done, and everybody has access for the next, until it needs to be renewed, which hopefully they'll give you an indefinite one like they do the counties, but you never know.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richard?
I guess what specifically do you need from us to do?
I guess my question is, do you want me to redo the resolution and get rid of those things? And because we said the viewers report was going to cost $1,500 back in 2023, it's going to be $8,500 now. I don't think that's a big deal. Like I said, we can cover it. Dr. Cooper, the school district, will write a check for that, probably by the end of the week, and we can get that started, and that will cover all the advertising and stuff like that we have to do in the mailers. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys were comfortable heading forward, knowing that has changed. That was actually in a formal resolution. Also getting Dr. Cooper down here. So, we've had some good conversations on this road and making sure that you guys understood why he wanted this. That was my first question is, hey, this school's been in existence for 7 years. Why do you want it to be a county road now? And I wanted to make sure you guys had that. The viewer will cover that. He will interview Dr. Cooper. He'll probably interview the transportation director. Obviously, he'll interview the Tolmans and anybody else that signed that petition, and get that all in there, like he's done on the various other roads, in order to make his decision. But I wanted to make sure that you guys were comfortable, because the resolution specifically states a dollar amount, and we're going above that.
So on that note, Gene, were you done? Sorry. Were you saying the new petition would match the roughly 8,500 or?
Oh, the new resolution. I'd write a new resolution that would
Petition,
basically
sorry,
say
yeah.
everything and just put that dollar amount in there. If you think that needs to be formal. Until today, I contacted the engineer up in Lincoln County, Amy Butler, and she said that everything's in there. However, we're waiting for the BOR thing before they can proceed, with their thing. So the nice thing about it is I know this is important, and it's kind of one of those ones where we're doing a juggling act where if we can kind of do 3 tracks at once and hopefully it comes together, the BOR permit, the viewers report, Lincoln County's decision, all those kind of coalesce into one thing. That would be great, because the hard part is, how well the government moves. If we start stacking these back to back to back, we could all be gone before we get this process done.
Commissioner Jones?
Mr. Chairman, I would prefer that we do go forward with this and have the formal documentation. I think there's a lot of balls up in the air here, so I don't want something to slip.
Mr. Chairman, can I formal documentation of BOR before we start, or do you want to go with the viewers report along in the same train track as the BOR?
Viewers report at the same time, I think,
Okay.
is now what you're saying would be.
I think that would be the best thing, because, that viewers report is what allows you guys to say, hey, do we need to go through the public comment process and continue on that, that thing, because it is a long process. Once the viewers report gets done, the advertising, the public comment and all that stuff.
So are you saying update a new resolution
Yeah.
that's current that would then, I assume, authorize the notice of intent to proceed? Is that accurate?
Yeah, basically, it's just a resolution. There is no notice of intent to proceed. The resolution takes care of that. We have, we update the stuff. We take care of the whereases that have already been done and we don't duplicate those. And then I just present it to you on the May 4th meeting and we go from there.
Okay. Mr. Slaughter, do you have anything you wanted to?
I
No.
agree. I think that's where we want to go at this point in time. Let's get a new resolution in place.
Everyone comfortable
I
with
think-
that?
And I'm comfortable with giving staff direction to just start moving forward. And then in 2 weeks, we can address this resolution and move on.
Sure. And the only thing is on that resolution, we've already appointed the viewer, so we can go ahead and do the oath and start going with that. And then, you know, we can catch up on the resolution stuff, so we don't have to wait 2 weeks and he does a viewer report. You know, if we can get him on, for engineering firms right now, you know, it's a busy time, so the more we can get on the docket, the sooner we can get this done.
Everyone good?
Good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks
Appreciate
very
it.
much. Appreciate it, gentlemen. It's gonna move us right along into item number 4, which is the award of the 2026 paint striping project, and we'll hand it back to Gene.
Thank you, Chairman. As you have before you, we do our annual paint striping contract. We did have 2 bidders this time, which was very nice. The low bid was to S&L Industrial for $360,032. This gets paid out of our unrestricted fuel tax account. So it's already covered within the budget that you guys approved. That is just normally in there. If you guys look at it, it's our 010 account that gets covered. So I'm looking for an award to S&L Industrial for the 2026 paint striping contract in the amount of $360,032 and allowing the chairman to sign all necessary project documents.
Thanks, Gene. Questions on the proposal before you? Not entertain a motion to award the bid for the fiscal year 2026 Sweetwater County Paint Striping Project to S&L Industrial in the sum of $360,032 and authorize the chairman to sign all necessary project documents.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
It seems like you could have had this done already this year, Gene.
Sure.
Felt like there was snow on the ground.
No, there wasn't any snow on the ground. The hard part with that paint striping contract, and you talk to any of the stripers, you got to clean the roads, man, and you got to clean it really. So, you know, well, I'll call you Thursday, depending on if there's snow on the ground.
I'll take us to item number 5, which is the award of the 2026 CMAQ project. Hand it back to Gene.
This is our annual CMAQ contract. We do, under this CMAQ contract, we do CMAQ and also our dust suppression contract. So the total dollar amount that you're looking at from EnviroTech Service is $978,128. A portion of that, not quite half, gets paid by CMAQ. There is a match on that. So about $420,000 is under CMAQ, which is a federal program that is for dust compression and congestion and mitigation is what that actually stands for. And then the rest of the roads are covered underneath our dust suppression account through our fuel tax that we do. It's a 50-50 thing. A lot of people you'll hear about, you guys have been in this a lot of people hate mag chloride. The other half love mag chloride. It's a very, very good tool for us. What it does is it actually acts as a water attractant to the road. It takes water out of the atmosphere and actually that's how it suppresses the dust. It actually attracts the water molecules. So that's when it rains, when it's a lot more humid, you know, than 12% out there. That's when you probably get the complaints because it's a little bit slimy, a little bit slick. What that allows us to do is blade the road one time, apply mag chloride, then we don't have to touch it again until the fall. With our amount of roads that we do and the higher volume roads, that is a critical tool for us. You got to remember, we take care of 1,200 miles of county road. About 145 of those are paved, so you drop that down to about 1,050. But then we take care of another 157 of Forest Service roads. So that puts it right back up at that 1,200 miles of road. So anything we can do to not be on those roads as much as possible is just one of those tools where we can go on to something else, replacing culvert signs, you know, all that various stuff. So I'm asking for permission or for approval to award this contract to Environmental Tech Services of $978,128. One thing that I forgot I mentioned is this takes concurrence from YDOT. We received that concurrence last week. So we have concurrence to go ahead and award it through them. And I asked for the award to be done and the commissioner to be able to sign any project documents.
Thank you, Gene. Questions on the CMAQ project? Not entertain a motion to award the bid for the fiscal year 2026 CMAQ Dust Control Project to Envirotech Services LLC in the sum of $978,128 and authorize the chairman to sign all necessary project documents.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter, was it?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Item number 6 is the discussion on turning all parks and recreation RNPP leases into land patents, and we'll hand it back to Gene.
I'd just like to have a discussion and some direction from you guys. As you know, we turned the Justice Center. Justice Center was an RMPP lease. We turned that finally into a patent. Don't get confused by the wording. Basically what it was is when the BLM received all the land across through checkerboard, it was granted by the Land Patent Office of the U.S. federal government. So basically what we're doing is we're trying to get title to that land. It's via patent from the federal government. So it's a little bit different than, a quick claim deed or warranty deed or anything like that. What that allows us to do is we still have to obey by all the federal laws and everything like that that the BLM has. But on all of our RMPP leases, we have a plan of development that we have to adhere by exactly to the letter of the law. One of the things that we had to go through is when we added the storage yard out at the Justice Center, the impound yard that we use to sell vehicles that the sheriff uses to, take stuff that's been deposited out on the county road and then we sell it, 60 days later or 30 days later, whatever he does. We had to go through the whole entire review of the developmental thing, go resubmit it, get that approved, just to be able to put a parking lot basically in there. What this allows us to do is we have 3 county parks, the archery complex, the shooting complex, and the trap club and Crossroads Park. What this would allow us to do, if you guys so want, is to be able to basically control our destiny on those lands. Not that we would break any federal laws or do anything like that, but there is some very ambiguous language in those RMPP leases. One of the ones that has been ruled on by Galen West when he worked for the Parks and Rec Board was whether we can make any money off of those. And when you actually read that rule, we can make money enough to sustain the operation and maintenance of those parks. It doesn't go into anything else with that. But the hard part that we have is when you have a soccer tournament, you have a shooting sports down there, does it allow them to make any money off it? And I've never got a clear ruling from anybody on that. What this would allow is for us to be able to set up rules on our parks, on our shooting ranges and stuff like that. So yeah, that makes sense. We make a little bit of money off it. You make a little bit of money off it. You contribute some time to help, pick up trash or do whatever, and everybody walks around. Without all these in place, as well as I do, you guys have been through the RMPP process. You guys have been through a lot. The federal government's language is ambiguous at best, and these RMPP leases are nonetheless. So what I would like to do is just start applying for these, seeing where they go. Hopefully it doesn't take 6 years like the Justice Center did. Hopefully they get turned around fairly quickly and we can go on down the road with controlling our destiny on the park. That is one of these things where if you guys remember the study that I wanted to do, that was one of them. All the call is when everybody called around that weren't familiar with the West, they're like, what in the heck is an RMPP lease? And then you got to, describe the whole entire process to them. And they still didn't grasp the concept because they're not used to, 70% of the land being federal. So that's what I would like to do with your guys' permission to be able to go do that. If you guys don't want me to do that, we'll continue down that road. As I've stated, the archery complex doesn't expire until 2034. The shooting complex, 2039, and the trap club and Crossroads is 2036. So we have time. But there's no time like the present to proceed forward with this.
Thanks, Gene. Questions or comments? Mr. Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, I think it would make sense to try and apply for the land patents. Just out of curiosity, Gene, you've got when those terms expire. What are the length of those terms on those leases typically?
Vary.
They all vary.
25, 35, and some are 50. What we've done on like our roads are the same way. What we've done is because we are a government agency, we're like, can you just make it indefinite? They have a really hard time with making these indefinite because they are different than a road. So they would probably be limited to a 25-year again. New administration, new everything like that, who knows? But that's usually the most that you can kind of get out of those, and they vary. That's why all of these are staggered differently, and all of our other ones were staggered the same way.
I remember we had these conversations a few years ago with respect to this. And
yep.
So, but I do think that it would be wise to look into obtaining the land patents and actually having deed to the properties. That makes more sense.
And that what that does is, we pay an annual fee to use these for the RMPP. It's very nominal. they would assess the value of this, and then charge us a one-time fee to turn this over. I think the Justice Center, we paid $1,100 or something like that to be able to patent it. So if you can find any real estate deals like that, let me know.
Mr. Chairman, I'm all for it. Let's do it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I had no idea when I was on the Parks and Rec Board way back when what a RNPP lease
Yes.
was, which is recreation public purpose, by the way, but I'm dating myself because I renewed some of those that are coming up, so time marches on. It's
Well,
great.
and for the longest time, I thought it was RMPP lease, and I was like, recreation mineral pro, I had no clue. And then when you finally read it after enough time, you're like, oh, that's an N, not an M. Awesome.
I just don't see what we have to lose.
I don't either. And they could always just say no.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I've been proven wrong plenty of times in my life, so I don't want to swear on it. But I think it's the correct way to go for the parks. Clears up a lot of ambiguity. So
You want some action on that, or can we just?
I think just direct me to
Direct you?
do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're fine on that.
Think we're all in agreement, huh?
Yeah. I'll have to bring everything in front of you guys anyway when we start
Sure.
applying for these. So I think we're good. Okay, thank you.
Makes sense. Thanks, Gene. Appreciate it. It's gonna move us to item number 7. You ready, Rob? You want to break? Where are we at, guys? We're about 40 minutes ahead of schedule.
If you'd like to take a break, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Let's take a break. We'll come back at 10:30.
Justin Hilton declare. He was a, thanks.
Good. We will call this meeting back to order. Let's keep the momentum going here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to bring us to item number 7, which is the reappointment of Commissioner Slaughter to serve on the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board. And Rob, will hand it over to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. At the time that the Joint Powers Board was set up for the Specific Purpose Tax Initiative 2022, staggered terms were issued for those board members. I am filling term that was actually the appointment of Commissioner Shanefield, and that term is expiring. And so we have got 3 terms that need to be reappointed. I believe it's the town of Granger, the town of Wamsutter, and the county's term, which needs to be reappointed for this year. So I'm just asking for the commission to reappoint me. I would like to continue in that capacity. So I would just ask if you would do that.
How long is the term?
3 years.
Okay. So that, is it effective May 1st, or do you know?
Well, that's a good question, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. At the time it was done, it was submitted to the Secretary of State's office. The board was actually formed in February. So the date that was initially assigned to those terms was February. Secretary of State's office actually recognized it in April, and then it was not actually dated by the Secretary of State's office till July. So I believe that the intent would have been for those terms to expire in February. So in effect, this term has probably expired. I probably need to talk with John DeLeon. We had this issue previously on that board, and what we ended up doing was going back and ratifying the actions of the board members after they were once again reappointed. We would do the same thing here if that's the advice of our council.
Okay. Questions on the appointment, commissioners? If not, I'd entertain a motion to reappoint Commissioner Slaughter to serve on the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board for a 3-year term. And if follow-up is needed on the actual, I guess, length and dates of the term, we'll take that up later on.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Did we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion on the appointment? I would just say appreciate it. Rob, I know you've done a great job leading that charge and your willingness to step up, and you've had a lot on your plate this year, so.
Thank you.
certainly appreciate
It's a
your
good,
expertise.
it's a good job. I like that one. It's something that keeps me busy. It's working with numbers, which I do enjoy. So I think it's a good fit for me. Thank you.
Very good. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Sally, if you would send notification of that on to Allison, that would be great. Thank you.
Did we say 3-year term or unlimited term? It was supposed to be unlimited term, I think.
I don't think that's
what I
okay.
heard.
Perpetual.
Perpetual, no.
That'll bring us to item number 8, which is the migration corridor update, and we'll hand it back to Commissioner Slaughter.
Mr. Chairman, thanks again. This is actually my attempt to bring you up to date on what I've been doing for the last 2.5 months. So I'm going to try and do that in 10 minutes. And what I'm looking for is basically some advice from this board with respect to how you feel about the potential designation of this corridor. So I'll go through basically what has transpired and then look for some discussion from the board with respect to moving forward. Our next meeting will be May 11th. So we will have another commission meeting prior to that where we can have additional conversations on this. But I thought it would be appropriate to kind of give you an update where we are on that. So in February of 2020, Governor Gordon signed Executive Order 2020-1. In that executive order, the Sublette Mule Deer, Baggs Mule Deer, and Platte Valley Mule Deer migration corridors were formally designated. And the order set forth a process for other wildlife corridors to be designated in the state. The process, basically, it starts when the Game and Fish identifies a migration corridor. In this case, the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor was identified March of 2024. If Game and Fish's initial report determines designation may be warranted and meets publicly available criteria, the agency develops a biological risk assessment. Wyoming Game and Fish then presents the identified corridor to the Game and Fish Commission. Game and Fish Commission takes public comment. then they vote to recommend or deny designation to the governor. They actually recommended designation in late 2025 for this sublet migration corridor. With its recommendation, the governor then appoints an area working group to review and make recommendations on designation. In January, a local working group was appointed by the governor. It includes 2 industry representatives, 2 agricultural representatives, 2 wildlife and conservation representatives, a motorized recreation representative, and the 4 county commissioners. So commissioner from Teton County, from Lincoln County, Sublette County, and then our appointment. The local working group then evaluates the risk assessment, corridor components, potential impacts on socioeconomic conditions of the region, conservation opportunities, highway projects, and other factors appropriate to the potential designation. Once the evaluation is completed, the local working group forwards recommendations on to the governor. The governor then either designates the corridor, returns the recommendation to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department for further refinement, or rejects designation. Game and Fish Biological Risk Assessment does a couple things. It identifies protections, risks, and threats. The threats that are prevalent in this area are habitat fragmentation, fences, bottlenecks, invasive species of grasses, recreation, and feral horses. So they actually present science-based criteria, which are based on evaluation through GPS color data study, which has been ongoing for many years. The governor's charge for the area working group gives direction to the working group on governor's expectations. We have held 3 meetings. In our first meeting, we had a herd unit overview. We had Migration 101, the designation process, and intro to the biological risk assessment, which were all presented by Wyoming Game and Fish. In meeting number 2, Game and Fish then presented on the difference between identification versus designation of a corridor, the review of the protections and threats within the segments, federal and county land use plans, and oil and gas conservation impacts. In meeting 3, we heard from the State Lands Department, the Department of Transportation, a corridor segment overview by Game and Fish, and we started the beginning of recommendation development. So to give you some indication of what the difference between identification versus designation is, when a corridor is identified, it means the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has used GPS color data and biological analysis to determine that animals are consistently using a defined migration route. At this stage, the corridor is recognized scientifically. A biological risk assessment may be completed, but there's no additional regulatory process which is triggered. Identification does not change how land is managed. It does not impose new requirements on private landowners, and it does not automatically affect permitting decisions. In simple terms, identification tells us that the corridor exists and that it's important. Once it's designated, the corridor becomes part of how the state evaluates future actions. That means state agencies are expected to consider the corridor when reviewing new projects. There's an emphasis on avoiding, minimizing, or mitigating impacts, and there's typically more coordination across agencies. Importantly, designation is still not a prohibition on development. It's a framework for better informed decision-making. Once again, in simple terms, designation says the corridor is important enough that we will actively plan around it. What does not change? So designation does not change. It does not regulate private landowners. Private land is excluded. It does not cancel existing or valid use permits, and it does not create a blanket restriction on development. What it does actually change is under the governor's executive order, it doesn't stop development. It elevates the corridor as a priority habitat area, triggers additional scrutiny and coordination, leads to management recommendations for state and federal agencies, and influences how and when projects are developed. The key is designation affects how projects proceed, not whether they proceed. Potential implications for industry projects are more interagency coordination with the Game and Fish, BLM, and Forest Service potentially, additional biological review and mitigation expectation, and greater emphasis on project design up front. The real-life impact may potentially create longer planning timelines, more pre-application meetings, and a need for early wildlife consultation with Game and Fish. In summary, designation shifts development from business as usual to a more coordinated wildlife-informed approach, especially in the most sensitive parts of the corridor. With designation, Wyoming's approach remains avoid, minimize, and mitigate while still allowing multiple use. That balance is central to the governor's executive order. At each of the working group meetings, there's been a time for public comment. Those comments have been overwhelmingly in favor of designation. The main goal of designation is to ensure that the sublet antelope herd has the ability to move more easily through the corridor during spring and fall migrations. Antelope that can move freely along the 165-mile corridor have a much better chance of winter survival and overall longevity. The many comments that have been received basically all reference the fact that the sublet antelope herd is an iconic emblem of the state of Wyoming, and that people want to see future generations have the ability to enjoy them, and that the antelope have the ability to thrive. Sweetwater County has limited areas where bottlenecks or high use occur. The lone bottleneck is the Blacks Fork bottleneck, which is area out where we have the solar farm. Trying to think of the correct terminology here. Of that, it occurs mainly on private land. 2,047 acres of 2,941 acres are private land, which would not be affected by the executive order. There are only 348 acres of high-use area defined in the county. There are 394,876 acres of low and medium use areas identified in the county. Actions to maintain corridor functionality in those areas are purely voluntary. The main area of the known sodium lease area, the KSLA, is contained in the corridor, but there is no high-use area in the KSLA. Regardless, designation of the corridor could have impacts within Sweetwater County. As one member of the county commission, and you're representative on that board, I need to have input from this board where Sweetwater County stands so that I can more effectively represent our constituency. So that's why I wanted to bring this forward, to kind of get a feel for what you're thinking about this. My feelings currently, having been through the first 3 meetings and seeing all of the scientific data behind the biological risk assessment, I'm leaning towards the fact that designation is probably warranted and something that would be beneficial. So just wanted to bring that to your attention and develop some discussion with respect to that.
Well, thanks, Commissioner Slaughter. Appreciate your work on that. I had asked Rob if he was interested in, I guess, being our representative on that role, and I think it turned into a lot more than any of us initially thought, especially as you taking over chair on that. So appreciate the background and dedication to that role. Are there maps or anything of this 165-mile corridor that kind of help put things in perspective? Or
Many maps of it,
Yeah.
certainly. Yeah. And I actually had Eric make a couple of larger maps for us for respect to that, which actually show the bottlenecks throughout it. I think there are actually 12 bottlenecks throughout the 4 counties. As I say, we've only got the one bottleneck here, but it does identify all of the migration route on I've got a couple of the large maps, and in fact, they're in my truck right now. But yeah, I've got those, got them available, or I can send you the risk assessment, which has all of that information. It's about 130 pages, so there are lots of tables which reflect the total acreage that are involved in each of the counties, how much of it is private, how much it is federal, how much of it is state lands. Excellent information in that biological risk assessment on all of that.
And then my only other question would be, how relatable is this to the mule deer migration corridor? Is it more or less the same?
It's similar, but the difference is traditionally mule deer follow the same pattern and the same corridor much more closely than what antelope do. Antelope have a larger buffer zone, and they tend to be much more nomadic. So when the working groups were looking, it was a totally different process because the governor had already designated the corridors before the working groups started looking at recommendations here. This is a new process that we're doing, so we're learning as we go. But one of the things that has been kind of a concern is the governor's asked us to look at 8 segments. There were actually 10 that were identified and were recommended from the Game and Fish Commission. The governor has turned the working group over with 8 of those segments. And one of those concerns was the breadth of the corridor. It goes all the way from the western edge of Lincoln County all the way over to the Wind River Mountains. So the data shows that antelope are actually using virtually all of that area at different times. They've got colored data in polygons through all of that area, which is showing that antelope are using that. So in our last meeting, the Game and Fish really represented the fact that they feel like if we're going to do this, we need to do it for the entire 8 segments and do it for the contiguous corridor. There had been some questions about potentially looking at partial designation or things of that nature, but Game and Fish made it really apparent that for the science to actually be valid, it would have to be using those 8 segments in total.
Additional questions or discussion? Commissioner Tolman?
Well, I sat on the mule deer one. The only danger is, and I think Rob's already aware of it, the first thing the BLM, when they started working on the RMP, was to grab onto that corridor and say, oh, they were trying to put additional restrictions on it, and that was not the intention with the governor. So I just caution you to be very cautious how you word things so they can't jump onto it and lock it up. Because that was the first thing they tried on the mule deer one, was to try to say that's why they had to have all the extra ACECs and all that type of stuff. It became one of the criteria. So I did go to the last meeting. It was very informative, and I appreciated hearing some of the facts that I hadn't realized. So thanks, Rob.
You bet.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sounds like there's a pretty good mix of people involved, so that's good. But so, I mean, it's, and you say overwhelmingly people support it so far, but has anybody found any downsides? Nothing's perfect. So anybody found any downsides to it?
Yeah, you know, obviously there are downsides. The issues with respect to public comment, I have not had a single public comment which has been negative with respect to this. Prior to the Game and Fish's recommendation, or the Game and Fish Commission's recommendation, they had taken in almost 600 comments. And of the 600 comments, I think 593 were actually in favor. And there were some, I think there were 6 comments that were looking at issues. I think this group, as you say, it's made up of the different areas of interest. So we have the industry representatives that are certainly taking information from their industries and bringing those to the working group. We're hearing the same thing from agricultural users. Obviously, we're hearing a little bit different side of the thing from the wildlife organizations. But I think because we've got a very diverse group, we're getting a lot of different points of view. And I think it's making us look at whether recommendation should move forward or not. So there's been a good dialogue. The one thing about it that I think has been really, really good, and I've heard there have been a lot of concerns in the past, is people really didn't buy into the scientific data in a lot of the prior studies that have been done. In this group, we've gone through, and each of the members of the working group is confident in the work that's been done by the Game and Fish, and that the scientific data is accurate and is representing what's truly going on with the herd. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards?
Mr. Slaughter, a couple things, I guess. So have you dug into with deer corridors, you have the potential, if you block a single herd's corridor, of disrupting that herd forever. It disperses it, it goes away forever. Is that what they see with antelope, or is the larger buffer zone, are they more adaptable to?
no,
to
in
that?
fact, they've have given an example of exactly what you're talking about there with the antelope. With some of the urban sprawl, we'll call it, that's taken place around Pinedale. One of the areas on the western part of Pinedale has really developed. They've put a lot of fences in that area. They call it Antelope Valley. And in that area, it was typical for about 700 head of these antelope. There's typically, this herd is comprised of about 48,000 antelope at its optimum level. Obviously, we're at much less than that now. But there were about 700 antelope that used that area, and that group of antelope basically has just quit migrating. They've lost all of the data from that. So because of that growth that has taken place, the antelope have not followed that, and because of that, they've lost the ability to have the permeability to move through the corridor at those times when they need to move south. They found that as the herd gets down near I-80, that if they're able to get down in there, their survivability is like 90% more, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, than if they can't make it down there. So it is something where, yes, antelope, if they can't get through one of these bottlenecks, or if they have something that impedes their journey as they're coming down, they may lose that, and that could be something that's extremely detrimental to the herd.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, there's more of a comment. we have the one major bottleneck in Sweetwater County, and a decade ago, really because we didn't have this information to work with that back then, and the state didn't have this tool to truly comment effectively on it. We put a section-sized solar farm right in the middle of that corridor. I was involved in that process. I wish I'd have had a tool like this a decade ago to make better decisions. It's easy to look back and say, we shouldn't have done that. But we didn't have this tool back then, and we can look at the real data of what effect that industrial project had in that place, and we can see what it did to that herd, and it's not good. I wish we could go backwards, but all we can do is look forward, and I think this is a good tool to have. It does need to be crafted in a way that it doesn't become a tool for the BLM to beat us over the head with like a hammer. But it would have been nice for the Game and Fish to have been able to walk into that planning and zoning meeting and affirmatively say, we don't think this is a good idea. This will have a detrimental effect on this identified herd.
And that's one of the recommendations that I'm trying to craft right now, regardless of whether we designate or not. I think it's important that if the corridor is just identified or whether it's designated, we have to have data that is giving us up to the minute data in the future. So I'm trying to craft a recommendation that will go to the governor that we monitor and continue with the work that the biological risk assessment has been doing with Game and Fish's help. In fact, in the meeting that I had yesterday with Game and Fish, that was one of the things that they really emphasized that they would like for us to recommend with the governor also. So I think it's something where, these recommendations are going to be extremely critical, and obviously it will depend on whether the group chooses to recommend full designation or not. But I think, I believe that the governor would like to see the designation move forward. I think, the belief is that we need to look at what the health of that herd is going to look like 10 years, 15 years, 20, 25 years from now, rather than just looking solely at what's going on today. And I think that's one of the things that these recommendations will help with, and having that continued updated information will really help in that also.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't have experience in every deer migratory corridor, but I've been to and seen places where on state lands specifically, and industrial projects through industrial siting where this tool has helped our Game and Fish work with industry to make better recommendations on how they locate, not to keep them from locating, but to locate better. So I think it's a good tool. I have complete faith in Commissioner Slaughter to make good decisions, and our phone's always open if you need more specific ones, but I think it's a good idea to move forward in general with the protections that Mr. Toman has said we need.
Are you guys taking action at your May 11th meeting? Is that kind of?
Well, no, we're actually going to start formulating recommendations at that point in time. So each of the members right now is supposed to be submitting their recommendations to the governor's office. So what we will do in that next meeting is we'll start with each individual recommendation, and the governor's charge set forth several different areas for recommendations to be made. So we'll go through each of the categories of those. We'll look at how many recommendations have been made in those and look at them individually. We've got a consensus voting method in place where it doesn't give one of the people the opportunity to deny designation, but it does give them the ability to state that they have severe reservations about that. But if the overall group is in favor of moving forward with a recommendation, we'll move that forward. Then if everyone agrees that the recommendation is good as it's originally crafted, we will then leave that recommendation alone and we'll present that to the governor. Anything that would be a secondary of secondary concern in the vote where maybe even one or two members had some concerns and would like to make some changes, we'll look at those recommendations and then determine whether we can move them forward with full consent, or we will then move them forward with non-full consent, giving the governor the information on what those concerns were. So that's how we'll do that. So we'll start that process at our next meeting, which will be the fourth meeting. And then we hope to finish deliberations on those and then craft the actual recommendation to the governor in the fifth meeting.
Okay. It sounds like you've got a lot accomplished. I'd be interested in seeing the assessment if that's shareable, just out of curiosity to see what that looks like. And
Absolutely. I've got an extra copy, so I'll just
Need
need more,
more.
or I can just send it to you electronically if you want that.
yeah, if you need more direction from us, I think you have our support, but yeah, I guess let us know as we move forward over the next few weeks, and we need to get back together. We certainly will.
Well, I'll certainly keep you updated. I appreciate the support in it. It's been fascinating. It's much more than what we thought. I think
Yeah.
when we originally talked about it, we were talking, maybe 2 meetings, and it was, as a board member, I got the call from the governor and asking me to chair this, and all of a sudden that changed dramatically, and it turned into several more meetings. But I've learned an awful lot. It's something that I am very interested in, and I think it's very important to obviously, with the comments that we're getting, not only from our local area, but from around the state, around the nation. It's getting a lot of press, and it's something that is very important. Obviously, these conservation based agencies and things like that have all taken a real hard look at this, and they're all supporting it very much. So it's been very interesting, to say the least, and very time consuming.
Yeah, supposed to be a couple meetings done in about a month, and well, job well done. Any other comments on Commissioner Slaughter's corridor update? Does that give you enough, Rob, to work
Yeah,
with?
I think,
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I say, I'll stay in touch, and as we start working with the recommendations, I'll bring some of those to you too, so you have some idea where we're moving with it.
Very good. Appreciate the update and certainly your work on that. We're still a little bit ahead of schedule. I don't see anyone from Snake River or the library or the airport. You guys want to jump into commissioner comments?
Sure.
Commissioner Jones, does that throw you off?
I'm ready.
All right, floor is yours, sir. I'm going to turn down the heat.
Thank you for that as well, Mr. Chairman. On the 9th, I met with Tammy Love and Carrie Quickenden to discuss budgeting, the upcoming requests and our financial situation. So I appreciate the hospital's time to sit with me a little bit. Obviously, they have a lot going on and a lot of funding going on. So it was good to sit down, and this is Carrie's first time going through this. So I really wanted to take a few minutes to chat with her and kind of get her up to speed. Also on the 9th, I attended the legislative report back sponsored by the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce. Good to hear the perspectives of what took place during the budget session in Cheyenne. Was also interesting to hear the contradictory perspectives of the budget session. On the 14th, I joined our chairman, Cassidy Brown, Eric Bingham, John DeLeon for discussion on the Rock Springs BLM RMP. That was in preparation for our upcoming cooperators meeting, so appreciate everybody's time in that. On the 15th, I attended the Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County Quality Committee meeting. One of the topics covered is their self-audit process, where it shows where they have strengths and where they have some areas for improvement. So always good to be open and honest about what you have going on in your organization and look at the good and also where you can improve. Overall, the quality numbers are on the right track. So that was good to hear some of those reports. I would like to take a second to thank Irene Richardson for her 41 years at the hospital and wish her well in her retirement. She's made a tremendous amount of positive changes and her contributions over the years. So thank you very much, Irene. Also on the 15th, I attended the Joint Powers Telecom Board meeting. Normal business was conducted there. However, Marty Carollo has resigned as he is retiring. So, or retired, I guess, by now. But so there's an opening there. But I'd like to thank Marty for his service and wish you well in the next chapter of your life. Also on the 15th, attended the Sweetwater County GOP meeting. On the 16th, along with you, we attended the conversation with commissioners put on by the Rock Springs Chamber. I'd like to thank everyone for showing up, and I'm glad that once again we could contribute to our moisture levels. Seems like that's one thing we do with that get together. My one request from that, though, and I mentioned it that night, is the next time we do one of these, if everyone in the audience would please bring at least one friend so we see some new faces, involve more of our constituents, and get the word out of what we're doing, and have some questions and answers, and let people know what's happening. On the 18th, I attended the Sweetwater GOP meeting to select the three candidates with all of you. I think we've all been through that. Again, I'd like to thank all of the candidates for stepping up. As we've discussed, having gone through this process myself, I know it can be difficult and somewhat nerve-wracking, so thanks to all five. On the 20th, I spent a considerable amount of time working on our budget. I've also worked on this many other times since our last meeting, talked with some of you and many in the county, and so I guess we'll see where the numbers continue to land and be flexible and change as time goes on and numbers change. So I have a short report, so that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Commissioner. Questions or comments for Commissioner Jones' report? All right, I'll take her away. Various meetings over the last couple of weeks. As Commissioner Jones reported, we got together with staff on the RMP for the amendment process, have the next cooperator meeting tomorrow, and look forward to continuing on with that and hope for good results that come out of that just before I guess it's reopened to the public for the amendment process. Obviously in attendance for the GOP quarterly meeting, as well as the conversation with the commissioners. A little bit of a poor turnout, unfortunately, but certainly appreciate the chamber for putting that together. Attended last Saturday for the GOP selection process for the Clerk of District Court, which we obviously took care of this morning. Lots of budget discussions and review. Numbers are kind of all over the place. Favorably, they're moving in the right direction, it seems, with some new projections that came out of the Department of Revenue and otherwise. So we are narrowing that gap, which is always a good thing. We'll see where things head this afternoon with our other budget discussion. Had various conversations and communication with board members at Young at Heart and continue to have concerns with some of what's going on there. I think they have everything on the right track, but there seems to be some confusion between our agreement and some of the previous MOUs that are in place between us and the city of Rock Springs. So we'll continue to work through those. It's going to be a rough couple months through the end of their fiscal year based off what I'm seeing. So the events complex, continue to work on the MOU. Hope to have a draft one of the upcoming meetings here in regards to the Wyoming horse racing for you. I wanted to announce that the Bureau of Reclamation officially announced last Friday their intent to release between 660,000 acre-feet to 1 million acre-feet of water from the Flaming Gorge Reservoir from April 2026 to April of 2027 through the 2019 drought response operating agreements. In addition, the Bureau of Reclamation intends to reduce the annual release volume from Lake Powell to Lake Mead by 1.48 million acre-feet of water through September of 2026. And together, these actions are expected to increase Lake Powell's elevation by approximately 54 feet to an elevation of at least 3,500 feet by April of 2027. Flaming Gorge Reservoir currently holds about 3.1 million acre-feet of water, which is about 83% full pool. These actions are expected to lower the reservoir's elevation by roughly 35 feet over the next year to approximately 59% of capacity. There's a working group call today. Obviously, we can't be in attendance. That's for the gorge. There's one later, I believe, this evening, and there's one tomorrow for the Fontenelle Reservoir. So tough times ahead for water, drought conditions, and certainly the impasse between the upper and lower basins, to say the least. Went over the Clerk of District Court and some of the meetings had there with the three nominees yesterday, and congratulations again to Clerk Jetterbach on her new role. I've had various discussions with Public Works Director Legursky, and some of which were in regards to vandalism at some of the county parks. Recently, I believe it was last week and maybe the weekend before, some individuals went into the restrooms at Crossroads Park, put sagebrush in the sinks and toilets and wrapped them in toilet paper and tried to light them on fire. I'll just never understand the reason for such things, but we're looking at about $2,500 in damage to that facility. And if you see something, please report it and help us out. We can't be everywhere. And obviously our park system is pretty rural and spread out. And so very unfortunate. Was in the courthouse yesterday when a gentleman fell while waiting in line in front of the treasurer's office. And I just wanted to say a special thank you to the bystanders and staff that were in attendance there for the quick and careful call to action to keep the gentleman calm and alert and comforted while notifying first responders. It was very unfortunate, but sounds like based off what Assessor Davis alluded to this morning, he's returned home and in good condition. So we'll wish the best for him, but a job well done by county staff and the public. I had the names, but they've lost me, so I apologize for that, but it was a good response. The BLM local field office has asked us to update the memorandum of understanding regarding the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan amendment process. So as you might recall, we've been working on a MOU, which I believe dates back to, I think, 2012, and they've asked for an update given a lot of the changes in the ongoing process with that. And so you've got a copy of that. I ran it past legal. Because of the tight timeline, we didn't receive that until later last week, which was past the deadline for our agenda today. But we can ratify that at our next meeting. However, we need to take action prior to because it's due by the 29th. So within that MOU, it's very similar to the previous one, more or less just updates the primary and secondary contact. Previously, I believe Eric was the primary, and I think Commissioner Toman may have been the secondary on that. But I would ask for, I guess, your approval to update that MOU. I talked to Eric about remaining as the primary. I figured myself or Commissioner Jones, since we've been kind of leading that charge on the RMP, could be the secondary. I'm happy to do that. I know we've kind of spread these out over the years depending on what the specific project was, so I would ask for your blessing.
You have mine.
I'll still be there.
Yes, sir.
Do I need to take action on that, John? Yeah, so I'd entertain a motion to approve the MOU. Stand by. Between the United States Department of the Interior, Bureau of Land Management, Rock Springs Field Office, and the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners for the preparation of the National Environmental Policy Act document for the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan Amendment Environmental Assessment, appointing Land Use Director Bingham as the primary contact and myself as Commissioner West as the secondary contact.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We'll get that on the next agenda for ratification. And lastly, Commissioners, I will be out of town starting this Friday until next Friday, so the 24th through the 1st. And I would like to appoint someone as acting chair in my absence, which will need to set the agenda for the next meeting. So any takers or anyone that will be available during that time, the more important piece is Tuesday and getting the agenda set. Do I have any volunteers?
I'll be here Tuesday, but I won't be here the following Wednesday, Thursday, and part of Friday.
Okay. You got enough on your plate, Rob?
Yeah, I would do it, Mr. Chairman, but I'm kind of up to here, so.
So it's mainly, will you be around Monday as well? Okay. I would ask that we utilize Commissioner Richards as acting chairman in my absence. And like I said, I'll be gone April 24th through May 1st. Appreciate that. Not stand for any questions. Commissioner Slaughter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the 9th, I attended a Greenbelt Task Force meeting. Chairman John Freeman reported that the Greenbelt Task Force still working on an MOU with the city of Green River. They're working on a new travel brochure, and the city has updated the new city map. They have applied for a city service grant for $55,220 and are looking for new volunteers and additional board members. We received a Skyline Trail update from Tom Wilson, and there will be a grand opening of that Skyline Trail held on May 16th. On the 10th, I prepared for the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board meeting, spent the morning preparing for the monthly meeting, spoke with Alan Matlos of Bond Underwriter Stiefel about several issues pertaining to the reporting and collection of that tax. On the 13th, I conducted the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board meeting. Requisitions for the month were approved. The sales tax distribution went back up this month to $1,527,760.71. Total collections are $51,979,600.65. We've received 33 full months of collection and have collected 62.2% of the amount approved on the ballot initiative. Average collection has been $1,589,818.29. That evening, I attended the STAR regular monthly board meeting. Director Pacheco reported they are updating graphics on the exterior of their buses. Their phone app is now accounting for 15% of ridership. There were 72 new riders, and ridership was up 1,086 people for March of this year over March of 2025, which is an increase of 57%. Board Chair Virginia Bodyfelt reported that the June meeting would be her final meeting as she is moving. So that will be a vacancy that we'll be looking at. STAR is very interested in purchasing the county building at 430 Blair Avenue. Director Pacheco will be presenting information to the County Commission later today. On the 14th, I attended a Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor debrief and planning session, had discussions with Sarah Dorenzo of the Governor's Office and Game and Fish representatives to review the third meeting of the Sublette Antelope Working Group, started planning the agenda and making preparations for the recommendation phase to begin in meeting number 4. On the 16th, with all of you, I attended Coffee with Commissioners. It's been probably talked about enough, but once again, thanks to Rick Lee of the Rock Springs Chamber and to Candy Pendleton with the Events Complex and her staff for hosting us at the Bison Room. The event was not very well attended, probably once again due in part to the spring storm that hit. On the 17th, I met with City of Green River Representative Ryan Rust on the Specific Purpose Tax and Joint Powers Board issues. We reviewed numbers that will be presented at the next Joint Powers Board meeting to ensure that each of the entities will receive the full amount of tax that was approved by voters on the 2022 ballot initiative. We were able to reach consensus and will present to the Joint Powers Board at the next regular monthly meeting, May 12th. Later that afternoon, I met with Wyoming Outdoor Council representatives and the governor's staff on Sublette Migration Corridor. The Outdoor Council had prepared a summary that reviews acreages within bottlenecks, high use, and low and medium use portions of the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor and wanted to share the information they had compiled. The information was very well prepared and will certainly benefit the ongoing work of the local working group. Later that afternoon, I met with Treasurer Cowan and worked on some budget preparation with him. On the 18th, with all of you, I attended the Republican Precinct Committee meeting to select our next clerk of district court. I think we've talked enough about that. We all are pleased to have Amanda Chetterbach as our new clerk of district court and wish her well. And the other candidates, the 5 that were a part of the process, want to thank all of them along with the 2 who today were potential appointees but were not selected. On the 20th, I met with those 3 candidates and had a really good review session with them. I met with Land Use Director Bingham on several issues. I began preliminary work on the budget with updated financial information and had a good discussion with Commissioner Jones on that. I participated in another planning session with Game and Fish in the Governor's Office for the Sublette Migration Corridor and worked on preparation for the Migration Corridor discussion, which we just held here. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would close my remarks and stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate the update. Questions or comments for Commissioner Slaughter's report? Mr. Tolman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. On the 7th, I attend the White Mountain Library, the remodeled meeting room open house. On the 10th, I went for a 3-hour airplane ride, taking a circle around the county, checking on the water. It was went over to Adobe Town, and that was very interesting to see all that from the air. So I'd recommend anybody, if you want to really check out the county, get in the airplane for a few hours. So that was really fun. There's not much water, I'll say that. I didn't see very many ponds. On the 13th, I was in a podcast with Northern Ag Network on a book by Lindsay Linton Buck, Women Shaping the West. Get that, guys, women. Oh, you guys are hilarious.
Say anything.
Lindsay Linton Buck is a photographer. She's part of the Linton family, the Big R Linton out of Riverton and Powell. And she went to a a class at Powell at the community college on photography, and they found her a job in the East to be a commercial photographer. But she wanted to get back to Wyoming, so she selected about 20 women and went around the state, interviewed them, did podcasts, and then she did a big exhibit in Cody, and then she's taken it south to Texas and other places. So then she took family leave for a couple of years, and last year she got busy and put everything together in a book. We have 3 from Sweetwater County. My mother is a sheep rancher. Hillary Walrath is working on irrigation projects with a TU, and Bernadine Kraft, who is on our boat, mans our boatsy. So it's kind of fun that we have 3 of them. We talked to the library last night. Maybe we'll have a book signing in the county with her. So it's kind of fun to be in a book about what we do in the West. The podcast, the latest podcast from last week will be on the Northern Ag Network. On the 15th, I attended the quarterly Republican meeting. On the 16th, the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce conversation with the commissioners. Like last year, we get the ice storm, the only one of the winter, same day as our commission meeting with the public. But we still had probably almost 40 people there, so that was good. We had some great discussion on a lot of topics, and thank you to our legislators. Some of them were able to attend, so we appreciated that. On the 18th, Saturday, we participated in the GOP process for selection of those 3 candidates out of 5 for the clerk of district court. Special thanks to everyone again. That was very well done. The process was very well done, Tony Nemec and the GOP, so thank you. On the 19th, I attended one day of the Home and Garden Show, assisting the Conservation District and manning their booth and providing education and outreach in the community. So there isn't a lot of knowledge because the Conservation District has been the silent worker. The public doesn't really realize all the things they've done, the greatest of which has been to have had a plan and been a cooperator before the county even realized how important it was to be defending our public lands in all of those processes. Last night, I attended the library board meeting, reviewed their budget and the cuts they've made. Lindsay and the board, they've been working really hard to try to pull out some expenses, but it's kind of tough. Karen Lackey resigned, so we need to appoint another board member, thank her for her service, and ask for community outreach for volunteers to submit their names to the county website to serve on our boards. They adopted new office software and talked about some other changes that are coming. And the foundation will be hiring an executive director with their funds to help do fundraising for the Library Foundation. And it's Library Week, so we get to do a proclamation today. Upcoming, the Colorado River issues, it's going to get crazy. There's a special 316th meeting today at 4 o'clock with the Upper Colorado River Commission, which I'll try to listen in on, but I think we're going to still be in budget session, so I'm not sure. Flaming Gorge Working Group met today at noon in Vernal, and Fontenelle Working Group meets at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Joint Powers Board. All of these meetings are available virtually also, so if the public wants to tune in and find out what's happening on the Colorado River, I would highly recommend it. We can thank the farmers and ranchers in Wyoming who started using our water and making the wetlands and the sponges and the grass for the antelope, wildlife, deer, and the livestock. But if we didn't have that system in place, our water would have shot straight down to the other states, and we would not have any water. So I just want to remind everybody how important it is that we are using our water instead of losing it. Tomorrow we go to the BLM Cooperator meeting on the Resource Management Plan, 10 to 3. We have our coalition meeting on Thursday at 10 o'clock. I have Golden Hour at 9 o'clock. I'm not sure how I'm going to do all that. Southwest Manufacturing Partnership at 2:30 and the Aspen Medical Center 10-year anniversary celebration at 5:30. So Thursday's a busy day. So at that, I will end my report.
Thanks, Commissioner. Questions or comments for Commissioner Tillman's report? You're always shaping Commissioner West, so I fully support your comments, by the way. Job well done. That's a very cool book. The pictures are amazing. Commissioner Richards, you're bringing up the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Looks like I'm Mr. Redundant today, so bear with me. After our very long meeting on the 7th, I went over to Western Wyoming Community College campus here in Green River and attended the quarterly Sweetwater County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative meeting. We got some presentations from different groups regarding some of the outdoor recreation projects that they're working on around the county. And we also discussed the Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund grants and which projects we might give our support to in that application process. On the 8th, I remotely attended a Power Coalition meeting. However, because of technical difficulties, I was unable to attend the NACO CEWD meeting. So it's catching, and I still blame Mary. So on the 9th, I attended the monthly Rock Springs Chamber luncheon at the Santa Fe Grill, where we saw a presentation from the Travel and Tourism Board. That evening, I also attended the legislative report hosted by the Chamber at the Young at Heart Senior Center. It was well attended, a few new faces there. I think a few of the legislators did a great job, and I think a few of them were a bit uncomfortable with the feedback they got, but overall, it was pretty informative. On the 10th, I remotely attended the WCCA's Forest Service reorganization discussion. I'd heard and read about the reorganization, of course, but it gave me an opportunity to hear some different perspectives on that plan as it goes forward. On the 12th and 13th, I attended the Nuclear Energy Emerging Issues Forum that the University of Wyoming hosted. On Monday, there was a series of panels from a broad cross-section of the nuclear supply chain. Super informative. Tuesday, they got into more interactive stuff. It is the Ruckles House after all, and I found that less helpful, but it was a university-hosted event after all. On the 15th, I attended the Sweetwater County Republican Party's regular quarterly meeting. Here's town hall hosted by the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce. Most of the audience was the usual suspects that come to see us regularly, but I think we had real good discussion and really focused in on some important topics. On the 17th, I attended a special meeting of the Southwest Counseling Services Board, where we were presented with the results of the Community Needs Assessment from Third Horizons, the consultants that were hired to conduct it. They had a good response to their surveys and presented some good information from that. It's clear that there is still a marked lack of public awareness of the availability and affordability of behavioral health care in our community. But not all that perception is unwarranted. They also provided some comparative statistics from other studies, and these don't necessarily reflect directly on SCS, but are more general to our community needs as a whole. One is that the number of psychiatric physicians in our community, the national average is 30 psychiatric physicians for every 100,000 residents. In Wyoming, we have 17 psychiatric physicians for every 100,000 residents, so about half the national rate. Probably makes sense, though, because of our state's rural nature. In Sweetwater County, though, we have three psychiatric physicians for 100,000 residents. Break that down to our 42,000 residents, and we have about 1.3 psychiatric physicians in our whole county, 10% of the national average. That's a problem I'm not sure how we solve, especially when our behavioral health services are so cash constrained. Recruiting good doctors in any practice has always been difficult, but it seems like we're actually at a crisis level in behavioral health care. I'm sure that plays into a couple of the other alarming statistics that they compiled and relayed. The rates of depression among our school-age children is consistently above statewide rates, though they have been shrinking in our older kids, but not in our younger kids. Our suicide mortality rate, though quite a bit lower than the spikes we saw several years ago, continues to be above the statewide rate and more than twice the national average. These are 2024 numbers, though. Hopefully, with the focus that we've put on suicide prevention in the last couple of years, that could change, but I know it's already been a rough year. Another concerning statistic, which is reported as a 5-year rolling average from 2020 to 2024, is drug overdose mortality. Wyoming as a state actually does pretty well on that scale, coming in at 19.2 compared to 29.5 nationally, but Sweetwater County comes in significantly higher than both at 34.2, giving us the unwanted distinction of having the highest overdose mortality rate in the state. And that is despite having a higher rate of both substance use treatment facilities and opioid treatment providers than either the state or the nation. So it's an ongoing problem in our community, and one I hope that we can tackle successfully. As you all know, SCS has spent months in search of a new permanent director, and I've been notified that the new director has been chosen and will be announced very soon. I'm confident that this will be a turning point in behavioral health services in Sweetwater County, and I'm looking forward to the stability that having that role filled will bring. And at that meeting, the new board member, Larry Dempster, was able to introduce himself and participate, and the whole board seems pretty excited to have him there as well. On the 18th, I attended the Sweetwater County Republican Party's special meeting. They held to select 3 people to forward to us for nominations to fill the once vacant clerk of district court office. I think they did a fair and fantastic job of examining the 5 applicants and choosing the 3 most qualified candidates to send to us. Then yesterday, I scheduled interviews with each of the candidates individually, asked my own questions, and had good conversations with each. I spent most of the rest of the day here catching up on paperwork and visiting with staff. Looking forward, tomorrow I have the Rock Springs EA Cooperating Agency meeting with the BLM with all of you. In the evening, I'll be attending a power coalition meeting with various industry and community stakeholders as we discuss power capacity needs in the county. Thursday, I'll attend the reception at Aspen Medical, celebrating their 10 years in our community. On the 28th, I have an Air Quality Advisory Board meeting, an SEDC meeting, and a Southwest Counseling Board meeting. On Wednesday, I'll head to Saratoga for the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation Summit. I'll miss the first Friday's Federal Partners meeting on the 1st because of that, but I'll try to be back in town later that day to attend Donna Lee's retirement celebration. That's all I have scheduled so far before I see all of you back here on the 4th. Before I turn it back to you, though, Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out that today is National Creativity and Innovation Day. It is National Library Workers Day, a part of National Library Week, National Kindergarten Day, and ironically, it is both National Keep Off the Grass Day and National Surprise Drug Test Day. So choose your celebrations wisely. That's all I have for you today, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner Richards. Any questions or comments for Commissioner Richards?
What grass?
Seems a little. Leave that one.
So much to say.
Happy kindergarten day to my son. So we'll take out of that. No, job well done, commissioners. Appreciate that. We did jump ahead. We were ahead of schedule for Little Snake, and right after I mixed it up, you guys walked in, so I apologize for that. But we are going to go back in the agenda. We had moved forward to commissioner comments to kind of save some time there. And so that does bring us back into tab D and item number 9, which is the Little Snake River Conservation District update. I believe we've got the Assistant Natural Resource Coordinator Dawn Arnell, Little Snake Conservation District Larry Hicks, which is the Natural Resource Coordinator, and a few other members in attendance. So thanks for joining us today, and we'll hand it over to you.
Commissioner West, commissioners, thank you for having us here. Like you said, I have Larry Hicks with me, who is the Natural Resource Conservationist. Jack Cobb is our chairman, and Tom Chant, who is a board member. Again, I'm Dawn Arnell. I'm the Assistant Natural Resource Coordinator, here to give you a presentation and a update on what we've been doing in your county since the last time we were here last year. So the district runs a small water program, and so we actually have 19 small water projects in your county. This is a program that's with the Wyoming Water Development Commission. These are grant projects that range from wells, stock ponds, stock irrigation pipelines, and wetland developments. These are 3-year grants, so they can take up 3 to 3 years to complete. This year we have, like I said, 19 projects. 790,000 extra zero in my report, I'm sorry about that, of total project cost or projected cost. Fencing project, this year we have a virtual fencing fencing with the Powder Mountain allotment that covers 14,569 acres. It's a projected cost of 191,000, and that is also over 3 years. We're working with the Williams Company on reclamation. We have the expertise in our office to provide reclamation and seeding recommendations to help that company move forward. Helping the Sweetwater County Conservation District with the Bitter Creek structure. That is actually outside of our district, but we would like to help provide the expertise to help that structure get taken care of. To attend land use plannings, including planning meetings, including Coalition of Local Governments. And the one that's not on your list, we reached out to RSGA, Rock Springs Grazing Association, on water developments. They are happy to work with us, hopefully, over this next year due to the drought. In your packets, there's 3 maps, and this just kind of shows each map of where those projects are that we talked about. The first map is just projects in Sweetwater County, which is more towards Bags off onto the west. Those are small water projects that are listed there. The next map that you guys received is new wells and solar conversions for 2026. Those are between Creston Junction and Point of Rocks and north of the interstate, right along the interstate, and then north of the interstate. The last map that I have there for you is just projects, and those are all, except for the Powder Mountain allotment fence, those are all outside of our district, helping the Sweetwater County Conservation District. So with that, Larry, do you have anything to add? I would take any questions, or we will take questions.
Questions, commissioners? Mr. Richards?
Can you give us an idea of what, you said 19 water projects in Sweetwater County, an idea of what those projects are, what different types of water projects you're talking?
So yeah, so most of them are wells and well conversions. So stock water wells, they will be drilled and tanks and solar put on those. And then solar well conversions, which are wells that already exist, that conversions will be put on there for solar for stock. The Ramsey irrigation project, that is a irrigation pipeline, and there's 2 of those right there in that area. Powder Mountain Pipeline, that is in Stockwater Pipeline down along Powder Mountain. And the rest of those are wells. So yeah, that's what we have going in.
Can you give me an idea how much Little Snake River is collecting from the Sweetwater County portion of your taxing district?
So what our mill levy is?
Yeah, how much?
So
collected?
our budgeted amount last year was 645,000. To date, we've received a little over 300.
Was that from both counties or just Sweetwater?
Just Sweetwater. Mm-hmm.
And maybe, and maybe Larry can help out here. I know our local conservation district is considering pursuing a mill levy for theirs. Can you tell us how important that is to your function to be able to collect a mill levy for your district?
So them running for
No. How important is the mill levy you collect within a conservation district? How important is that to your ability to
Sure.
provide services within your?
Okay, now I'm following you. I'm sorry. Very important. That mill levy money that we receive from your county and Carbon County, we are able to utilize that money to write grants. And so that our mill levy money is turned over 2 to 3 times. And so our grants not just aren't run by the mill levies. We get grant money on top of that. But without that mill levy, you can't leverage that money to go for grants. To hire staff to be able to do this kind of work, you have to have professional staff, knowledgeable staff to be able to run these districts. Without that, it's incredibly hard. Just that tax base of what we do, it's incredibly important. So I do hope that the Sweetwater County Conservation District does have that ability to run and get a mill levy.
We hear it from Mary all the time, how important our conservation district is, but she says it so often, I don't know if anybody hears it anymore. So
I don't think they.
and we maybe
do.
hear it from you, how important a conservation district is to a community.
I like to say that, and I know that my chairman is here. I like to say that with a heart and soul, and we're a little different in bags, but I think that without us, we wouldn't be where we are today as a community. We provide a lot of different things just for the community itself, and then the ranchers, and a lot of ranchers, this small water program and the things that we have done, ranchers wouldn't be in business and doing what they're doing without having us in the community. So I think it's vitally important for us to stay up and running and doing what we do. Larry, do you want to add to that? Jack, do you want to add to that?
Well, I would just say this.
No. You just.
Talk about the wildlife and the sportsman part of it too. It's not just ranchers that benefit.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'll give you a little history about Little Snake River. I've been on
Yourself, sir.
I'm Jack Cobb. I'm chairman of the board. Been a member probably for about 37 years. And I'm not telling a story here. When I first got on the board, I got on approach to it to get a free breakfast once a month. That's how they got me on the board. We had a $4,000 budget. We sold pencils to balance the budget. And literally, I sold pencils to raise money for the conservation district to balance the budget. The state funding was taken away from us, so we was forced to go out and get a mill levy. We had a $4,000 budget at that time. Now we run in excess of $2 to $3 to $4 million budgets because of grants. And we talk about the mill levy. That is just the starting for our other programs. You got to get professional staff to be able to do grants. We was fortunate enough to be able to go out and get professional staff back in 1990. And it just took our district to a level I never dreamed of having. The impacts that we have on a community, I'm a 5th generation rancher. I can literally say we have saved family ranches in our community for what we do. Don, Larry, our staff, our partnership with NRCS and our other partners. I mean, you can name a list of 30 different partners that we partner with because of what we've been able to do with the mill levy to get professional staff hired. It's endless that who we work with on natural resources. If you are able to get professional staff to get it put on the ground. And the wildlife, I mean, I just had my nephews do an outfitting business, and they was just talking about this because they're going to go do water developments in the next 2 weeks for our ranch. And they was just talking about the wildlife that uses our structures, the elk, the deer, the sage grouse. Everything that we provide is a benefit to the ranchers, yes, but it also benefits every public land person that goes out and uses public land, every wildlife advocate. We do everything for the ranchers, but it expands way past that to everybody that I said, talk about Snake River. People love to live in Snake River because of the open space. The ranchers provide that. The oil and gas creates the economic benefit that we can do that with. And so without the conservation district, I'm telling you, family ranches would not exist in our valley because of a 35 years of track record of what we've been able to do. And that's why we're over here trying to help Sweetwater County, because there's a need in Sweetwater County for that same help, not just for the ranches, but for the wildlife and everything else. So we're here, telling you what we have done within our district within the Sweetwater County, but it also needs to be done in the whole Sweetwater County. And because it's impacted me personally on our family ranch, but I've seen our growth in what we do for my neighbors and my friends. And I just, Don, Larry, that's professional staff, and that's what's been able to get done. So.
Thanks very much. Additional comments, Commissioner Slaughter?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, question, Dawn. You said that you're able, through the money that you're receiving through the levy, you're able to leverage that with the grants. What type of dollar volume are you receiving with those grants? Obviously, we're hopeful that Sweetwater County's Conservation District will be able to help you. I see Larry stepping forward for this. So, but just trying to get an idea of the magnitude of what you're able to do because of that.
So that's a complicated question. And first, let me introduce myself. I'm Larry Hicks. Know many of you commissioners and stuff, but try to work with Dawn. And so the complicated question is, it's not only the direct funding that we receive, it's because of the availability of the programs that we provide through other federal agencies. And I'll give you an example of that. And so we receive direct funding through competitive grant processes. Normally that runs on about a 3 to a 4 to 1 ratio. So if you take the mill levy we had last year, around 900,000 combined from Sweetwater and Carbon County, we generated about $4 million directly coming in to the Conservation District. And I think part of the discussion that gets lost many times is this: that money stays within the community and within the state of Wyoming. So this is your oil and gas contractors that are out there that are ripping stock water pipelines, that are building stock ponds, that are doing diversion structures and river work. So we always get lost on, sometimes we talk about the grant dollars. What I want to talk about is the economy, and it sustains the economy. We use a well driller out of Lander. We buy our well products out of Casper. This money is reinvested back into the economy on both the local and the regional scale, which is tremendously important. So the second part of your question is I want to address those $4 million last year. We're already over $4 million in obligations of direct funding coming to the Conservation District. The second part of that is the leverage that comes through other programs. So let me give you an example of that. NRCS has what they call the Regional Conservation Pilot Project or program. So that's a federal program, but because we are able to provide the technical assistance, the water righting, the engineering, we employ a professional licensed engineer. We're able to implement a lot of this, and because of that, they award money directly to producers. Doesn't come through our budget, but goes directly to them. We've got a grant in right now for a little over 11 or $12 million to the Bureau of Reclamation. That's part of the Colorado River stuff. Those federal agencies will run some of their own programs, but because we've got the track record of being able to leverage the other money and then coordinate these large federal events. Right now, this year, between the Joint Chiefs Program, which is the Joint Chiefs of the Forest Service and the Joint Chief of the NRCS, the head of the Farm Bill, they have a program. We were a recipient of that. Again, those monies will be administered by the NRCS, but they will go to producers and landowners within this area, within the district boundaries. Same thing with the RCPP program, some of this Bureau of Reclamation money. And so you take that, and because of our ability to provide the technical assistance and the support to the federal governments. And so those are three of them. But the other one I want to highlight is the Bureau of Land Management. So if we take the last decade, on average, the Bureau of Land Management runs about $400,000 to $500,000 a year through our program to implement their fuels reduction program. So cheatgrass, juniper, hazardous fuels. And so they utilize us through a cooperative agreement, good neighbor authority, and these type of things. So we have the direct grant component, which is at $3 to $4 million if we take about a 6-year average. So you take that, $600,000 to $900,000 mill levy, you've 3 to 4 times. Now we're at a $4 million budget. And then because of the other technical assistance and the other programs that we can help deliver, whether it's BLM fuels, NRCS, RCPP conservation. One that we're looking at now is the legislature just established a forest health program. We're anticipating $750,000 to $1 million being administered within the district, which is Sweetwater and Carbon County. So our footprint and our impact is much bigger than just the direct dollars that we administer because of all the other federal partners and those federal funding sources from the Bureau of Reclamation, NRCS, BLM, state agencies. And so I hope that answers your question. That's the big picture. So all in all, we're generating this year, we'll probably see somewhere between $8 to $10 million of economic activity directly associated and attributed to the programs and the functions and the technical expertise of the Conservation District. And so I hope that is the big picture thing.
Thank you. I'm glad I opened the door on that. I think you gave an excellent summation, and that was kind of what I was looking to hear, because I know how valuable it is and the amounts that you're able to leverage in doing that. So thank you.
About the economy. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, thank you. So just real quick on those 19 projects you spoke about, those are 19 specific to Sweetwater County?
Yes.
Okay, so the associated cost, the 790,000 you have in there is for those 19 projects?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. So basically, you budgeted to receive around 645,000. You've so far received about 300,000 of that, and then you're utilizing that money with grants to move these projects forward.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments?
They've done that for years. We had partnerships with them where we were giving them money for technical so they could write the grants, and they had done, 12 in 1 year you did on the eastern part of the county. So
Wish I had those numbers in front of me, but
it's
yeah,
an ongoing
Mhm.
partnership, but Sweetwater County is a little bit different because we don't have as many ranches and farms as you have down there probably. So ours has been more focused on the wildlife and the outdoors, people in the county fighting for the BLM access, multiple use, but we've partnered with the Wyoming Landscape Conservation Initiative. Sometimes we leverage that money 7 to 1 to do projects like on the riparian thing over by Scotts Bottom, to do Trout Creek stream bank improvements and aspen fencing so that aspen could regenerate, fuels projects with the BLM. So we've done different kinds of projects, but with the county's money that they have given us and with the grants, we've been able to do a lot of different types of projects.
Mhm.
But it's going to be a tough sell for a mill levy because the district hasn't spent a lot of time advertising what they do, so that's going to be a big push to get the word out.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing about what we do is we don't toot our horn either. So yeah, getting the word out and sharing what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Very informative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming over. We appreciate it. Keep up the good work. That's going to move us right along into item number 10, which is the National Library Week proclamation. Good morning to you all.
Good morning. I'm Library Director Lindsay Travis. Like you have met me many times. I'm here today with Rock Springs Library Manager Constance Potts and White Mountain Library Manager Sherry Angelovic. They're going to pass out some chocolate and bookmarks for you. I know you have a long day ahead, so some chocolate might help with that. But we are here today for National Library Week, which is a time to celebrate the impact that libraries have in their communities. This year's National Library Week theme is Find Your Joy. So I want to take a few minutes to talk about some of the things that I find joyful at the Sweetwater County Libraries. Libraries have something for everyone. Your Sweetwater County libraries are dedicated to open access to information and lifelong learning. Libraries have programs for people of all ages, from toddler time for our youngest residents to craft programs and presentations for adults. It's fun to see how excited people, especially children, are to come into the library for the programs we have. All of that joy has translated into an 18% increase in attendance and our programs this fiscal year. Our libraries offer access to Wi-Fi, computers, printing, copying, faxing, and all free of charge. And these are services that many in our community would not have access to if it wasn't at their libraries. And this year, to help those who may be struggling with technology, we have started 30-minute individual technology sessions that people can sign up for. The Sweetwater County Libraries have worked to make library materials accessible even for those who cannot visit a physical building. We have an outreach program that delivers materials to patrons who are homebound. We have digital materials that are available through devices, and we bring services to places such as the senior centers and rural areas like McKinnon. The Sweetwater County Libraries also have strong relationships with our local schools. We recently formed a partnership with Sweetwater County School District Number 1 that allows parents to sign their students up for cards through their parent portal. And we have already given out hundreds of new library cards through that portal. The students at Holy Spirit Catholic School visit the library every month, and we started a new program specifically for homeschool families, which has become very popular. Our newly renovated meeting rooms are now all open and available for reservations free of charge, and people have quickly lined up to use them. Each of our libraries in Sweetwater County has something unique, from games and American dolls to a seed library, art exhibits, and the Children's Discovery Center. They are all definitely worth a visit. And of course, since it's National Library Workers Day, I wanted to share my appreciation for everyone who works for the Sweetwater County Library System. Day-to-day operations would not be available without all of their work, their skills, and their creativity. This National Library Week, we encourage Sweetwater County residents to visit their libraries to find their joy. At the Green River, Rock Springs, and White Mountain Libraries, we have a book walk this week that's featuring the book I'm So Happy You're Here, A Celebration of Library Joy by Michael Threets, who is the new Reading Rainbow host. There are also opportunities to enter into a drawing to win and receive a copy of that book. I appreciate the Commission's continuing support of the Sweetwater County Library System and the role that libraries play in providing access to all members of our community. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Lindsay. Questions or comments? We do have a proclamation before us today, which is National Library Week 2026, and it reads, whereas libraries spark creativity, fuel imagination, and inspire lifelong learning, offering a space where individuals of all ages can find joy through exploration and discovery. Whereas libraries serve as vibrant community hubs, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and cultural enrichment. Whereas libraries provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. Whereas libraries partner with schools, businesses, and organizations to maximize resources, increase efficiency, and expand access to essential services, strengthening their entire community. Whereas libraries empower job seekers, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners by providing access to resources, training, and opportunities that support career growth and economic success. Whereas libraries nurture young minds through story times, STEAM programs, and literacy initiatives, fostering curiosity and a love of learning that lasts a lifetime. Whereas libraries protect the right to read, think, and explore without censorship, standing as champions of intellectual freedom and free expression. Whereas dedicated librarians and library workers provide welcoming spaces that inspire discovery, collaboration, and creativity for all. And whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers across the country are joining together to celebrate National Library Week under the theme Find Your Joy. And now therefore be resolved that we, the Sweetwater County Board of County Commissioners, proclaim April 19th through the 25th, 2026 as National Library Week. During this week, we encourage all residents to visit one of their Sweetwater County libraries to explore their resources and to celebrate all the ways that our libraries help our community find joy. And I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Toman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Appreciate you guys coming over and for all the good work you do. And congrats on the newly remodeled rooms. I'm sure you're happy to have those behind you.
We are.
Any other comments, commissioners?
Gonna take a picture?
Stick around. We've got Devin next. If we can keep him to about 30 seconds of speech, we'll take a quick pick and go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to item number 11, which is the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport AIP entitlement transfer agreements. Fell a little bit behind, Devin. Appreciate your flexibility with that. Going to rearrange the agenda today, but we'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and apologize I'm not there in person today. I figured this would be about 30 seconds, so figured it'd be more efficient use of my time and taxpayer dollars to do it virtually. I will note you took about 25 of my 30 seconds though, so but there are two items before you, Mr. Chairman. They are both AIP transfers. So if you recall during the terminal project, Sheridan County Airport and Laramie Regional Airport did not have a project to use their federal funding for. So the FAA allowed us to use their funding with the understanding that in fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26, we would allow those airports to use our funding. This is a regular occurrence that happens each year. It helps the FAA, it helps airports. It's a tool in the toolbox that allows us to get projects done. Out of the 11 years I've been here, I think we've done this about 5 or 6 times to maximize our federal dollars. So we're not sending a check. Nobody's cutting a check here. It is just purely administrative at the FAA level. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Devin. Appreciate that. Nice office, by the way.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments on the transfers, commissioners? Not entertain a motion to approve the transfer of $1,054,534 in Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program entitlement funds to the Laramie Regional Airport and authorize the chairman to execute said transfer.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. I would then entertain a motion to approve the transfer of $245,466 in Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program entitlement funds to the Sheridan Regional Airport and authorize the chairman to execute said transfer.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Devin. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a reminder, this will come to your email for virtual signature for our digital signature from you and Mr. De Leon. So
Very good. We'll watch for it.
thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Commissioners, that concludes the regular business, other than we do have a need to enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing real estate and personnel. Do not anticipate action being taken, but we'll know further when we come out. So at this time, I'd entertain a motion to enter into executive session. We'll take that up across the hall at the Calstrog room.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. We're now in executive. Entertain a motion to come out of executive session and reconvene the meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We are now out of executive. There is no action to be taken today. So commissioners, with no further business, will adjourn. However, we are going to do our best to stay up with the budget workshop, which will commence at 2:00. It's a job well done, and this meeting stands adjourned. call this workshop to order, April 21st, 2026. Today's purpose is to go over the fiscal year 27 budget and some of the new information that we've received since our last visit a couple weeks ago, which fortunately is to the positive. I'll hand it back to Rebecca for a quick update, if you're ready.
Yes, did everyone get the last update from this morning? Okay. So with that being said, I did dive into the carryover a little bit more. So I have payroll at 2 months, operating at 11 weeks left. The capital carryover depends on the project progress. But I am meeting with the capital committee next week, and so I'll get more updates and get a closer amount for that. On the carryover pages, again, on the carryover pages this year, I did list out how much the capital obligations impact the carryover. There was some confusion last year about that, like we're giving back all this big money for capital and then we just turn around and hand it over again. So I listed it out both ways for you. And then moving into the revenue, the projected revenue did increase since the last work session. The estimating manual was finalized yesterday. And so I updated that with the PILT. It's closer now to being 4 million. And the PILT does help. It covers the payroll for the county clerk's office, the treasurer, the assessor, HR, and the clerk of district court. And then we received the updated valuations late yesterday afternoon. And that increased around 3 million. The baseline summary that I have for FY27, I kept the capital at 7 million. So we're taking the 2.8 million that we already have committed to projects. That leaves about 4.1 million available for new capital projects if you want to stay within that 7 million. But that's just how much we gave last year. So it's not set in stone that that's what you guys have to do. Nope, I did the original budget and did not include the budget amendments because then that gave capital around 10.5 million. I know as of right now, we have about 6 or 7 departments that need new printers. The older ones are not going to be serviced anymore. And I seen there was a request for the railing project that we did add last year. That's coming in around 500,000. So I know those are a couple of the priorities that capital committee will have to take into consideration. And then, so when I did the budget baseline, I listed out everything that I did. Did you guys have any questions on that and how I came about those numbers?
For my,
It's the budget projection baseline page. That kind of just where, yeah. Where I just kind of kept some people flat and then carried over capital projects. We have the roof for the youth home, things like that, what kind of needs to stay, and then just the other things I just used from last year and try to keep everybody flat. But again, those are just all estimates. We don't have anything in yet from the departments.
so just to make sure I'm aligned with you, which I think I am, but the projected shortfall now with all these updated numbers are 6.2 million.
Yes.
Okay, and then when you consider the capital committed projects, which you've separated out, then the carryover is 3.7.
Yes.
So that 3.7 isn't factored into the shortfall.
It is, if you look on the budget estimate, I have the unspent budget at 6.5. And then the 7 million that I have for capital as an estimate baseline includes that 2.8.
Right.
So yes, that leaves us with the shortfall of the 6.2.
Okay, but that's not considering that the new carryover, if you get rid of capital, it's 3.7, right? So you've got 6.5 is the carryover, right? But then we know 2.8 of that is going to capital committed projects.
Yes.
So your new balance is the 3.7 million.
But the 7 million on the capital projection estimate includes that 2.8 that we're going to reallocate.
Right. I guess that's my point. So if you just ignore capital, we already have that approved. It's already a part of the committed projects. Your net result is your carryover with capital obligations is how you have it listed of 3.7,
Yes.
right? Okay, so the $6.2 million shortfall does not include us using that 3.7 carryover.
It does.
I don't think we're speaking the same language. Because you're using the 2.8 out of that, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so on the carryover, I have it listed differently so that you could see how much we have committed already. But then on the final summary, I'm using the 6.5, so the entire carryover. But then on the capital, I'm using the entire 7 million.
So, Mr. Chairman, if
So-
you subtract the 2.85 million from the 7 million on that side, that's where she's coming up with it.
Mhm. Yeah, so if you wanted to do, if you subtract the 2.8 from the 6.5, then you also need to subtract it from the 7 million. So then you would still get the 6.2.
Understood. Okay. So you've used your budget estimate fully spending the carryover.
Yes.
Okay. I was wrong. Questions, commissioners?
Better than 10.5. Much better. Not a lot better. But better. About 4.3 million better. That's a lot.
So I know everyone's kind of been working in the background to find ways to get around the shortfall and whatnot. And so I really wasn't too sure what you guys wanted to work on today. If you're fine with where we're at on payroll, or if you wanted something changed on that estimate. And then is 7 million a good guideline for the capital committee next week?
When, refresh my memory, when are capital budgets due?
Friday.
This Friday?
Mhm.
Okay.
And we are meeting Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those where, and I know the list never goes away, so I'm sure there's plenty of projects that will be on that list. So I don't know, what other numbers are we waiting on, so to speak, as far as revenues?
We're, as far as I know of, unless the assessor's office changes something, we're good. I don't have any other revenues coming in that I can count for. So now we're just waiting on the expenditure side.
I would think the only gift we could possibly look forward to is a larger PILT. But that's not a given. That's could come in smaller.
And that usually doesn't come in until Mark just looked it up. The last year we got it June 25th. I know it's pretty late every year.
Only at crunch time.
I think they send it out when they're done with spending everything, I guess. I don't know.
They do approve it in the federal budget prior to that, though. We would know whether they're fully funded or not by that point.
Rebecca, did these numbers, are they using our benchmark of a 2% COLA, or are we flat?
They used 2% COLA for employees and 6% for elected officials, and a 5% increase on benefits.
So that is all inclusive. with
Mhm.
this? Okay.
Yeah, there's a 5% increase on health insurance and then adjustment increase to the law enforcement
Okay.
retirement and public employee retirement.
So the other budgets aren't due till May?
Because that's usually by then we have the revenue where it needs to be. I can definitely open it sooner and have it due sooner if you guys want me to. I just know last year we waited quite a bit for revenue to come in, and so we had expenditures before revenue, and so then it was kind of the opposite, trying to figure out what we could even award without knowing where our revenue was at.
So Rebecca, did I understand that you changed the PILT revenue projection from the original 2.9 million that you had to 4 million,
Yes.
which is in that report? Is that what you?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
That was one of the areas that I thought we might have something, so.
So the 2% COLA and the 6% COLA, 6 for the electeds, 2 for the employees, is just shy of 483,000, which I think you have an email from Gary on. Just as an FYI. I guess the question is, where would you guys like to go from here?
Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things that we need to address, simply because it's an obligation we've got prior to the filing period opening, would be to address what the salaries of the electeds would be. I hate doing that, not knowing where the final numbers are going to rest. I'd like to wait till we had the opportunity to review capital and see where those projects are. But there is a time constraint on that one. So that's one that I think we need to approach at some point in the near future.
I can jump in on that if we want to go down that road.
Yeah, I mean,
Just-
I'm open as any. Obviously, it's better news, but we're still 6.2, so.
Just a thought. I mean, obviously, we're just at starting points, so nothing we say today is written in stone and could all be drastically changed. But if we went with commission to 45 a year, the elected commission hasn't had an increase in going on 12 years. The electeds just received pretty healthy, and then we have some for Danny Aramosby's office. It's covered by the state, so that's kind of a no-brainer. But so I would go 45 commission, 0 other electeds, and then Danny's increase from the state.
And that, just for purposes of narrowing it down, that was 6% roughly on the attorney. Was that, or was it just a dollar amount?
I think that was just a dollar amount, wasn't it?
I think it came out to 6, which is
Came out
where we
close
got
to
the
6.
6
Yeah.
suggestion for everything else.
Okay.
I believe it was 153.7, as I recall. That's not right. Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, it is 6%.
Okay. Any other feedback?
I support that as I supported last time.
I think it makes sense.
I don't know exactly what that looks like from a cost standpoint. Obviously that's half of the year because it wouldn't go into effect until January 1st.
Or only three members of the commission. And it wouldn't go into effect for the other two until 2 years after that.
Outside of that, I don't know if we're better off waiting until we see what comes in on the capital side of things.
I know last time I checked, it was at 63 million. So I know we're not going to be able to do.
How do you say that with a straight face?
You know, I was like,
That was 63 and not 6.3,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I mean, you guys obviously rank those, and so I would assume that'll be part of your meeting on, did you say Tuesday?
yes, on Tuesday. And I know that we have like the printers have to be a priority, and so does that railing at the detention center. And hopefully the night oil building this will be the last year, hopefully, for that one.
I don't know that I feel comfortable talking capital very much until we see their list, and I mean, I don't know how do we pick a number?
Right. I mean, I think your plug number is a good start, right? But obviously we know we're gonna have some work to do on that, but I mean, collectively, it's kind of difficult we tried to offer direction at the last meeting, which was a snooze fest, you might say. Or something. I don't know what to call that one, but,
Shock fest.
um,
Big snooze fest.
I think everyone understands we're facing a deficit regardless, right? Whether it's 10.5 or 6.2, obviously we'll take the latter, but I mean, until we have some of these, about all we can do is take some of this information back to our, boards we liaise to and explain the situation and ask them to, be realistic and help us save where we can. Outside of that, I think the majority is gonna have to come from capital improvements or reserves typically. So,
And I think the departments are aware that, and they usually do really good. I don't think they intentionally
yeah.
ask for more than they need.
The library, she reduced it by 1.5%. If you didn't count the or if you didn't count the parking lot, it was 2.5% or something like that.
Yeah, last year they all were reduced. Mhm. And in one of the workshops, we reduced all of them.
Mr. Chairman, we have a statutory obligation to address elected official salaries. And when we do that, I don't think we can completely constrain ourselves to this year's budget because we're talking about a multi-year impact. And I know no matter what we do here, we're going to get beat up for it, but it is still in fact our statutory obligation to address it. And 4 years ago, the commission addressed it and left commission salaries alone. And then immediately after the budget was adopted, I heard commissioners at that time say, we should have done it. And I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that commissioner. I think we just need to address it and move on.
Outside of that, I don't really know what else we can achieve today. I don't know how you all feel, but I mean,
I think that's a decision we have to have for our first meeting in May. And I think everything else, I mean, it's going to hinge upon what we hear next week from capital. I think that's a big factor. I think we can all go back and look at some of the areas that we think that there are some places that we can potentially cut. Because I think there are some places that we can do that. So I think I would suggest that that's the way we approach it, is we try and handle it that way.
Will you, at our next meeting, you mean, obviously, if you guys are meeting next Tuesday, you'll have the capital list that we can kind of hopefully have a better idea as far as, I mean, it doesn't sound like revenues are going to change all that much unless Rob finds some money in his drawer over there, but
We
at
gotta
least
get
we'll
the
have a
money
better.
tree growing again. Mark, you were in charge of the money tree. Nothing's falling out. It was that freeze 2 weeks ago. That's what it was.
We've got, some different plug numbers we've suggested. We'll have a better idea as far as capital, what we're looking at in that regard. Refresh my memory on when the other budgets are due operating.
May 15th.
May 15th. Okay.
May 15th? Oh, that's gonna be crunch time trying to review all those. Are you gonna post them so we can go in and look at them?
We have till the end of June. We'll make it. We'll make it.
Okay.
Are there any numbers that you want me to plug in and do drafts and do like different scenarios? Because I can do that as well. I can't do anything with payroll. I would have to get with HR for that, but
Sure.
we can do it though.
Is that the same on benefit too, as far as the 5% health insurance? Is that coming from payroll? So, I mean, we've kind of given you a little direction today. I'd be interested just to see, I know I had a conversation with HR Director McLean. We've been putting in 5% pretty much year over year to the health insurance plan. And obviously the idea behind that is, the years where it was less can catch up with you, and the next year it's a 10% increase. And so it was kind of a flatline approach to that. But my understanding is the plan is performing well. And so the thought of just seeing, I guess, what some of those different numbers would be, if we're not looking at a cost of living, perhaps that would help with some of the rising costs, from an employee perspective. I'd be interested in that. And speaking with him, obviously, there are some reservations with that approach, but there's options such as continuing on with the 5%, but then just doing like a non-payment for a month or two, which is more or less getting that same credit, if you will, without having to restructure the entire, I guess, amounts of the plan, the way I understand it. So maybe some conversations in that regard, and I can help kind of be a middleman with that conversation with you if you'd like. But I'd just be interested to see if perhaps we can help out in that fashion, both on an employee perspective, but also on an employer side of, being able to reduce that budget amount.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Mhm.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, there's something I'd like you to look at too, is the open positions that we have. I had Gary put a spreadsheet together of what that amounts to. If, however, we decided to do it, we did not fill those positions, it's about $1.6 million. If we just looked at that, that is good and bad. It helps us this year, but we always have that carryover each year. So next year we won't have that carryover. So it's not necessary. It's a good answer for this year, but I'm trying to think a lot more long term in this rather than just year to year. I think we're going to get into trouble if we have a couple more years that are slim like this. If we aren't careful, we stand the chance of really getting into some problems.
I agree with the concept. I think we definitely need to look at that. And I think for nothing more than the purpose of doing a more efficient budget, I think it's important that we look at that. Yeah, it is something that we won't have the carryover potentially coming through for next year, and we'd have to address it. But it gives us a truer picture of what our budget actually is if we look at that. So I think it's something well worth looking at.
I don't see how we could cut. Most of those look like they're pretty essential.
Well, they haven't been filled, so they mustn't be that essential.
That's the question is, are they going to be filled? I don't have a problem if we know something is going to be filled, I don't have a problem budgeting for that. But if we don't know, then, and this list is, the way I understand it, is a we don't know list. So for the time being, I think it ought to be at least considered and looked at. I mean, all we're doing is plugging numbers in and juggling this around to see how everything looks. Nothing is, I mean, maybe that number comes in at 1 million instead of 1.6. I don't know where that's gonna come for sure. And then obviously if we agreed to it, then if a position was gonna be filled, then somebody would have to come to us and request that and do a budget amendment. And that also sets us up for potentially a whole bunch of budget amendments. So that's frustrating, but at least we know we are budgeting accurately.
Well, I think another important thing to look at would be if we could have Gary look at what we've had in the prior 2 years and see if there are consistencies in this where positions have not been hired and look at those potentially. So I agree with Taylor. It's something that maybe there isn't much there, but if it's $200,000 or $300,000, it's still something that I think we should address. And I think it would give us a truer picture, like I say, in our budget as we're moving forward.
I did look at doing something with capital reserve and the strategic development account, but I'd like to hold off on those for now. Till we get a little more from the capital and see what. I don't think that's a conversation worth having yet.
Any other thoughts?
Any thoughts on outside entities and components, or are we still too early for that?
So I don't know, that kind of goes along with, I guess, a little bit of our conversation earlier. I've just been pushing the message, of course, after our last meeting, it was 10.5 million, right? So, but either way, I mean, we're still a significant shortfall. So I've just been asking to work with us the best they can and, understand that it's easier to start now than have us come through and cut you. So everyone's been pretty receptive to that,
Castle Rock is gonna request 1.8 this year, though.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, so,
Castle Rock
yeah,
is
that's
going up to
contractual, so. we
And
cut stuff
then
in that.
Sky West is increasing as well.
Those are factored in, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think we still need to have that message. We found a few million, but we didn't solve our structural deficit. So all the folks out there that are thinking that, oh, we can still get everything we ask for. I don't think that's happening this year. So everybody still needs to be ready.
I think it's a little premature, but I did put some rough numbers together with a reduction of the outside agencies and organizations by $599,100 and just barely over 1 million on component units, and that's not complete. So again, numbers not written in stone, just I think it goes along with what Island's saying, that the message needs to be out that there are going to be some serious reductions and it's going to be uncomfortable for everybody. I would hope anybody watching can see how uncomfortable it is for us. But that's where we are.
Anything else? Did I give you enough? Or was that all over the place like last time? Kind of felt a little bit.
Yeah, the early ones are always the hardest ones because the numbers are moving as you go.
Can you put it together with the numbers, like, without being specific to each organization? 599, 100 for outside agencies and just say 1 million for component units. just again, so we have something to look at and see what that does for us, because I know I mean, I looked at a bunch of different things. Like I said, the capital and the strategic account, I looked at, or factored in, I should say, some of the COVID money. So I actually got us to 8.2 million out of the 10 plus to begin with. So we can get there, but it is going to be uncomfortable.
Well, you've got the carryover though, so you can take it down from that, right? You can take that off of the 10.5.
So you're saying about 1.5 off of the 6.2, correct?
But yeah, that's close enough. That's for component units and outside agencies. And the hiring was 1.6. And start with that, because I don't want to have the conversation of reserves yet. I think we need to get into the conversation of where we can make some reductions that maybe should be happening anyway.
So
But
that would take us
Do you-
about 3.1.
Taylor, might I suggest, rather than using the 1.6 for the hiring issue, that we take and make that 1 million?
Sure.
There are a couple positions there that I know that are going to be filled, and I think that would
Yeah.
still accomplish what we're looking at and give us some idea, but it'll give us some time to look at this more thoroughly too.
Okay. Yep.
So then that would be around 3.7.
And then we can look at capital and see what we can do there. And that's at least a point A on the way to Z, I think.
Well, I don't think we're in that bad of a shape as far as that, because I'd like to see that ARPA pilt used up, because we're just tracking, it's a separate thing, and instead of getting into our general reserves, if we have to go to reserves, I'd like to see us just zero that one out.
So can we get clarity on that? Because I'm so tired of talking about ARPA pill. It's driving me nuts.
Well, that's why I say get rid of it.
It's gone. It's part of our general reserve. We don't even refer to it as ARPA pill. So
But
there's a
that's,
misconception out there that there's money that we received that was never utilized. It's being tracked. It's not. There's zero strings attached,
For the audit purposes.
but there's no sense of referring to it as anything different than a general reserve. I mean, we don't spell it out in the budget books. It's money that is simply a reserve. So I don't know why everyone acts like we have to spend that to get rid of it, because it's no different than pulling $2 million out of our general reserve to feed Night Oil Tools. It's just a reserve amount.
Mr. Chairman, I disagree just slightly with you with
Yeah.
respect to it. And the point that I make with respect to it is, when that money was given to the local governments through the PILT program, the intent was to try and stimulate the economy and use stuff within the local to help local resources. We didn't use that. We put it into reserves rather than doing that. And so that's why I think you're exactly right. It's no different than any other part of our reserves. But I think the intent of that was to be used to stimulate some of the economy, not for us to put it into reserves and use that. So just a little different way of looking at it.
Yeah, and I guess my point is, whether you want to classify it as ARPA pilt or not, we are pulling money out of reserves each year since I've been here, and we just haven't called it ARPA pilt,
True.
right? And so
But I
what's
think
the
it's a
difference?
good point. I think getting rid of the name is a good idea. Take it out of all of our.
Yeah, just
Because
we
it's.
have used it. We've used it
We're
for
4 years past that now, so.
as I recall, salaries in the detention center, I believe, and maybe that's a different form of ARPA, but whatever the case is, it's just, I don't think we just need to spend it because it's a different classification in our own minds of reserves. It's a reserve amount. So,
Whether,
Correct.
whether we take $1 million out of our strategic development fund, or we take it out of our capital reserve, or we take it out of the ARPA pilt that we all have in the back of our mind, we still spent $1 million of what we had.
But
sitting in
it makes sense if you're going to use money for capital, that you use it out of our capital reserve, I would think. So it's semantics. I realize that it's all in one pool, but I think sometimes semantics matter too.
given to help us, and that's all I'm saying.
I think for tracking purposes, it's just something that Christina and I have to
Right.
track every year for the audit,
Right.
because we have to report where we get that money and spend that money.
I think the issue is when that money was given to us, they put so many strings on it that you have to just be very, very careful about what invoices you attach it to make sure it's done correctly. And it has taken us time to draw that down, but
And I think if we are going to use reserves, that's a good reason to use that so that we get rid of that.
I will go back to what I said at the last meeting, that I'm not entirely opposed to using reserves, but I don't like the idea at all. And the reason is, if it was to get us through this year, because next year looked like it was going to be a shining star, then that's one conversation. But we're probably going to have, who knows, but roughly 2 more bad years. So I am very cautious to dig into reserves too much. I'm not saying I'm stuck on 0, but whatever we take out this year, good chance we take out that much or more next year, particularly if we do something different with the open positions. So
Well, let's not forget, we're using 100% of the carryover, which is reserves. So we've done that the last 4 years now. Any other thoughts?
Just money. That's the sad.
But Mark says, it's not rocket science, it's just money.
Yeah.
it's people and services.
well, and I think that's the problem with it. That's why I spent so much time on this, is it is people in one way or another. Not saying less jobs, but these aren't just dollars. These are people's livelihood and how they function in their organizations. So
I
That's
think
what
we
makes it
get
hard.
strong to protect that too. I think we have held that, our employees support. We haven't cut in, asked for, any cuts or anything, other than through attrition. Because I think we've lost over 100 in the last 15 years, probably 20 years.
77.
77?
Over what period, Mr. Chairman?
Since 2010.
2010.
But then you have some that are unfilled, so that,
Yeah.
varies. But. Anything else? Is that enough? That give you enough to go off?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
I feel like, 2 weeks ago, we were in a lot worse position, so we'll hope for better position in 2 weeks from now as well, whatever you can do there.
Mark, it's your turn for good
Budget
news.
surplus would be really good in 2 weeks.
It's your turn for good news next time. Dave came through. He's on the Christmas list.
Why we approved that amendment this morning. No, just teasing. That's right.
That sounds like a very fair trade.
I know. Okay. Well, thanks for putting that together. Appreciate the other electeds and your assistance with helping us out, and we'll keep pushing forward. So thanks very much. We'll go ahead and adjourn.
Somebody go tell Amanda that she inherited an empty office.
Yeah.
Well, we could have cut 209,000 out and had hired her too.